And once again, I'm muted. Let's try this again. I do this every time. Hello, Smoochie. Hello, Nicole. Hello, Mark. Hello, Roger. I've been right here smoking a cigarette. I figured I'd let the um, background play so you guys can see the background before I start the countdown. Kind of let everybody know I'm getting ready. But now I'm here. What's up? We're gonna watch here in a little bit, about 12:30. We'll watch Gemma's first listeners encounters. It's amazing to watch some of these older videos and see how much she's changed and how much things have changed. But yeah, it's. I figured with the next few weeks we do the next few Sundays, Saturdays, whatever you want to call it, midnights. We're gonna do listener encounters until we get them all done. Sound good? I hope. Let me switch the other one over to the chat here. It's nice to have 13 people here. Thank you very much. Make sure you please hit the like. Oh, we're down to 8. That's all right. I misread. Hello, Mr. Crossroads. Everybody's doing good, I hope. Climb out of the cave, Ghosty. Well, see, that's the thing. I have to stream in the cave when I stream by myself. She doesn't let me out. But I'm happy. I'm content. I got a popsicle earlier, so I'm good. Hello, Edna. Aunt Edna. Sorry, I am having a lot more problems talking, so I'm hoping I can keep doing this. But everybody's good. Thank you for the email, Aunt Edna. I hope you got mine back. Hope you're doing well, my dear. And everybody's rolling in. Yeah, I figured we'd do the first listener counters and just count them down as long as I can keep talking. It is getting hard, and I'm a little worried. I go see a doctor next week, so. But everybody seems to be doing good and saying hellos. Hello, Miss Shelley. Trying to figure things out here. But I'm pretty much ready to rock and roll tonight. I figured it'd be fun. I mean, they won't let me do videos right now, so I'm just going to wait it out and see what happens. So we'll just do listener encounters and go from there. I did get your email. You're welcome, dear. And thank you. I should owe you a thank you. What a day. Yeah, I've had one of those days. Hey, Ralph, how you doing, sir? Can't have the dragon silenced. Well, let's hope not. Yeah, Barrett's esophagus kind of took a little toll on some other things. And then on top of that, the Tourette's and the tremors are starting to take a little bit of a kick on me. So we'll see how things go and see what the doctors can do. Yes, we all love Miss Gemma. I believe she's probably in bed already. I probably won't get that midnight text. So she's had a busy day with the little guy and the family. And let everybody say hello. Hey, Mr. Jarvis, how you doing, sir? He's gonna get back with me. We'll have to talk. So I'm gonna message you, okay? I did talk to him today. I have a few questions, and then I'll get back with him, and he'll let me know what the deal is. Sound good? A thumbs up would be appropriate, sir. Yeah, I was going to message you, but I wanted to get more information. And when I finally talked to him again, he said, well, here's a few questions. He wanted to ask a few questions. And then he'll give me all the details. I don't even know where it's at yet. I just know he had one or maybe two opening up. I know one of them's a house, a small house or something. I went out. My fire went out. Can't have a dragon without puff. No, I actually probably smoke more at night. Okay, I'm missing some things here. You think you got everybody? You sound like me when I go into other people's chat. I try to get everybody in chat. Well, hello, Miss Cindy. How you doing, dear? Let me catch up on chat. I needed his address real quick. Blue sending goods. Ah, yeah, she did. Yeah, yeah. She's a Pisces. Yeah, Pisces sleep a lot. Nah, no, she's had a pretty busy day, I guess. So she's been go go go. I think you might. I think you might. I reminded her to give you a hard time. That's fine. It's all right to give me a hard time. It's easily get bored in the cave, so a hard time makes it a little fun. Puts a little spunk in the day. And I'm just trying to. It's. I just can't get over how fast YouTube chat is compared to SteamYard. It just cracks me up. So I watch YouTube chat, and then I have to compare it because, like I said, some people don't show up on either one of them. It's like, what the hell? Hitting the ganja. Yeah, I thought I was going to have to earlier today. Man, tremors were real bad. I only use when I'm bad, real bad. And I was getting there this afternoon, but it chilled out, so I got lucky. Yeah, it's a last minute resort. Always keep a little on hand just in case. It does calm me down enough to make me deal. They can get a little crazy. On the front porch smoking a cigarette. All right, Roger. Now, see, that's the big thing with Gemma's mom. We sit on the front porch every morning and have a cup of coffee and our morning smoke. Yes, it has helped me, Smoochy. It's helped me for a while. I had doctors tell me long time ago if you have to use it because they don't talk about it. They know the beneficiaries of it even back then. As long as you're not killing yourself with it. Natty. Roger. Got to see a pretty good lot of shooting stars. Yeah, and it was cloudy, but I went out a little bit after I checked out and went and said hello to Sunny and went out for a little bit. I did see a couple, but nothing I could film or I even had to scope out. It was just too cloudy. Every so often I get a hole opened up. Heck, it was sunrise when I went to bed again. But I did see a couple of probably scragglers. I'm feeling weak and very out of it. Been trying to smack myself out. Just take your time, one step at a time. And if you get tired, just let us know so we can all say goodnight to you. But you need to rest. Right now, we're in the middle of a tornado watch. We had one this morning up in Marion, just a little northwest of here. Oh, I bet it is crazy. There's some crazy weather going on. Steven. Real Steve spell their name with a V, but hello, Louisa. I always say that. I always pick on all the Steffens. I always say, oh, real Steve spells it with a V. But thank you. Hello, how are you doing? Not much. Everybody's conversing. That's good. There are times I think we are in a Stephen King's movie. Yeah, Mother Nature is pissed. There's a lot of, well, sometimes I think our weather reflects the condition of the humans that walk this planet. There's a lot of anger, a lot of depression, a lot of frustration. And I think sometimes the weather shows that. Plus, the world goes through a cycle, and we're getting ready to go through another cycle. So you better hold on to your butts. Yeah, it's all right, Louisa. I know people have to work and stuff. Just, there's the replay. Yeah, I know. There's a couple of them that have to work. They get in sometimes and they don't. We got to go. Seems like nothing shocks me anymore. No, nothing really does anymore. We've been conditioned not to be shocked too much. Though there is still some screwed up crap going out there. Oh, you just got home from work? I remember those nights going in about 2:30, 3 o'clock, and not getting home until about 11:30, 12. Well, not entirely, Smoochie. Not entirely. Can be, but not always. But everybody has their take on it. So yeah, it's not. I see. I always liked having one weekend off and one weekday off. Kind of split them up, and then we started working before I left. Before they made me quit, um, I would work. I was working days, then I switched to nights, and those nights were great because we worked 2:30 to 3:30 to 2. Well, we worked 10-hour shifts and then had Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off, and it was awesome. That I didn't mind. And next week you're off Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Well, Louisa, if I can remember here, let me write it down and I'll give you a timestamp, okay? And I'll ask Gemma if we can do a timestamp for you, okay? I'm gonna write it down on my list here. And she gives me the okay, I'll leave you a timestamp, okay, hon? Gotcha. Ghosty, do you have a bigger picture of your Ghost Dragon picture? The profile picture is too small to see much. Actually, that profile picture, the one that I use on my profile, you can find it. Just go to Google Images and type in Godzilla. It's there. A lot of the stuff I use is right there. There's Godzilla stuff everywhere because that's who that is. That's Godzilla. That was promotional art, I believe, for the new movie. When the first legendary Godzilla came out. Please let her know. Yeah, I can do that. We can do that. I'll talk to her. I'm sure she doesn't have a problem with that. Depends on how tired she is, but we try to get everybody in, and you let me know ahead of time. So yeah, I'm sure she won't have a problem. You're welcome. Sometimes things are done for the better, even resets. But reset doesn't always mean a total annihilation, a cleansing, a total cleansing. It just means things have to reset. So think about it, Godzilla. Yeah. Well, actually, that's what Godzilla is. He's a protector of the earth. Well, the legendary version is he's a protector of the earth. I like the new Godzilla. It's actually called Godzilla X King Kong. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm trying not to watch too much stuff on it because I like to go in a little blind, and they have a habit of ruining stuff. It's a lizard, right? Actually, he is actually supposed to be a dinosaur that was nuked and he come back to life. But in the legendary, he's a creature of an ancient race that were protectors then. They were here before us. They fed off all the nuclear. You got to remember back when the Earth was, when we weren't even walking, this planet was still growing and molting and building itself. Okay. The ghosty god is okay. Your god could be anything. Baby Godzilla blowing smoke rings. Oh man, the old ones. That's from Destroy All Monsters. Yeah, it's a. Those were just made for kids, but they're still loved so much. I still watch them. I know, but I'm such a negative SOB. Hey, we all can be at one time, Smoochie, believe me. Been reading the ancient text, Smoochie, and going back to the Old Testament. Sounds like a dragon to me. You know what I'm going to say? It was a dragon that tempted Eve and Adam. because everybody makes it off as a serpent, but he didn't lose his legs until after all it was when they were all getting punished. And that's when he became a serpent. Jeffrey Daltrey hopes like Annie. That's all right. I remember watching old Godzilla. I got introduced the very first. See, the first three movies I was introduced to by my mom was Godzilla, and it was the original. It was Gojira, and she showed me the Japanese version first, and then I watched it again on one of those afternoon Saturday. I think it was Soup that was still running at the time. He'd do a show Saturday afternoon movies. And then that's when I watched the one with Raymond Burr, Godzilla, King of the Monsters. And then after that, she showed me Frankenstein. Then after that, she showed me Wolfman. And then I just started watching everything and get my hands on. Oh, I love Vincent Price too. He's one of my favorites. Him and Boris Karloff, Basil Rathbone. What's the one they made for Hammer or MGM? Trying to think. It's a good one. They did the. Oh man, now I can't think of the movie. I hate when I do that. Chris, where you're at? Yeah, Godzilla's saying. Well, in the old versions, that's what they called him was Manila. I couldn't even say it. And then later on, they called him something else in the Heisei era, I think it was. They called him Baby Godzilla or Young Godzilla. Yeah, Christopher Lee. Now, when you're talking Hammer movies, we're talking Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing. Some of those movies are some of my favorites. The first three Dracula, maybe the first four Draculas are their best. And then all the Frankensteins that Peter Cushing's did, because he really got into that part. I mean, he really went all out. Excuse me. Yeah, the Saturday afternoon monster movies, I do miss them. I mean, we still get Sven Gulli here on tonight on Saturday nights. He comes on here at 8:00, but he's out of Berwyn, Chicago. Yeah, actually, it was my mom. But my mom was big into movies. She watched everything. And then my dad, of course, the cowboy movies, the war movies. He was a big John Wayne fan. Um, what is his name? Uh, Randy, whatever. I am just drawing blanks tonight. The old Godzilla cartoons today. Now, which ones? Did you watch the old ones done by Hanna and Barbera, or did you watch the ones, the Zilla cartoons? Because they don't officially call him Godzilla, they call him Zilla. Clint Eastwood. You know, his very first movie was in the movie. His very first part in a movie was where he played a jet pilot in Tarantula, about the giant tarantula. Yeah, I loved all those old movies. And that's where I watched a lot of them was on those Saturday afternoon matinee. Horror junkie. Guzuki is his nephew. Yeah. Man, you're a bigger Godzilla than I thought you were, Chris. You're up with it, man. Yeah, Hanna-Barbera had a Godzilla cartoons too. They didn't air very long, but they're out there. Yeah. Yeah, there's some of my favorites. I was a big Hanna-Barbera until they started making so many, they were getting kind of sloppy, and the quality of the cartoon was kind of, they would just repeat the characters. And it was getting kind of, okay, enough is enough. You got your line. You should have just stayed with it. You don't need to keep adding to it. Sometimes you do more damage adding to it. Wait, oh my God, REM, creepy one, Vincent Price, and a poodle. I'm lost there, really. I missed something. I missed something. Mark really wasn't with Chili Billy. And there must be a couple conversations going on here. I'm so confused. I'm in a good mood though. But it was a strange day. Well, crazy day. Never saw those. I remember Ultraman. Yes, I remember Ultraman. Um, some of the first Japanese cartoons here that I remember was Speed Racer, Voltron, Cowboy Bebop, but you had to have cable to have watch those. I own collection figures of almost 65 Toho Kaiju. Oh, all right, Chris. I'm getting there. I had a long time ago. See, dude, I had a ton of Godzilla stuff and Batman stuff, but I was living by myself. I was going through, chemo and stuff, and I had to pay for stuff. I had insurance, but I still had crap load of copays, so I had to sell a lot of my collection. Thank God they were worth what they were worth, because by the time I sold everything, I was able to pay off all the doctors and everything. Thank God for a couple old comic books, but my dad had given me. I didn't want to sell them, but I got some serious cash out of them, and they finished off paying off the bills. Ultraman was named Jaguar and Godzilla. If you look at them, actually, they're two different characters, I think. But yeah, I always said the same thing, that Jaguar was Ultraman. But they're supposed to be two different characters, but they look the same in a lot of ways. I was watching something not too long ago. They were showing kaiju from some of the other movies they were going to make, and some of them were pretty cool. I got a complete original Voltron cartoons on. Yeah, I used to love Voltron. Yeah, it is very expensive. Even within, yeah, like, see, it was messed up time. I mean, they were just getting me on Social Security disability. And I didn't like to be on that. Didn't want to be on it, but they weren't going to let me go back to work. And because my days sometimes were just too unpredictable, and it really bummed me out because I really loved my job. I loved printing. I was working in R&D. I had worked my butt off to get in the R&D lab, and I loved it. I basically was my own boss. It was a different challenge every day. When they told me, "Hey, Steve, man, you got to stop," it sucked. But yeah, the insurance thing at that time was so confusing, and my copays, especially all the chemo and stuff, man, about killed me. It did. Rain of Fire. Now I like the dragons in Rain of Fire, and I like the fact that they made the dragons kind of like blindy at twilight, because that's actually part of a mythical fact. Well, I don't know about fact, but it is part of some of the myths of dragons. Is they don't see too good during twilight. Trans or Z? Oh man, I remember that. It was funny though when I was so excited when, because I was getting Dragon Ball Manga before it came over here, and I know a lot of other people knew about Dragon Ball too. But it was neat because I had these Magna, and all of a sudden the cartoons finally showed up here. It was like, hell yeah, I get to show people now. What do you think happened to the dragons? Because I believe they were real. I think dragons were real too. I think there was a lot of things that they can't explain or say they're not giants and dragons. I think they were very real. I think some dragons were mistaken as. I think some dinosaurs were mistaken as dragons because we now know that dinosaurs may have walked with man too. Dragon Balls. I knew you were going to say something, Smooch. But I believe either they just killed them all off, or you see this petrified stuff that like some of these videos. Med showed them where there's rocks and stuff that look not only like giants, but there are some out there that look like petrified dragons that have been either killed or something, and they just left them there and they petrified. Pretty wild. There's some stuff out there. You got to go look. But yeah, I think they were very real, and I don't think they're dead either. I think they're still around. We just don't get to see them. Like, I always loved dragons. I've always had a fascination too. I know that's, if Blue's still listening, I believe that's his birth thing is a dragon, which is cool. Underdog, yeah, Underdog used to be one of my favorite. Mighty Mouse. The movie kind of was cute. The Underdog movie was kind of cute. Kind of came and went. Loved Yogi Bear. I was a big fan of Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear and my friend Boo Boo, we're gonna go get a picnic basket. Penelope Pit Stop, yep. Wacky Racers. That was a big cartoon then. Top Cat. Now we're gonna name off cartoons. That's awesome. What time we got here? Because I do want to do the video tonight. Oh, we got plenty. I remember Top Cat. What's the other one? Huckleberry Hound. Have you heard of the 14 Dragon Protectors of London? You know, somebody's talked about that, and I probably have read about it. I probably have a book somewhere in here, still boxed up. So I may have. Is that where you from, Mark? Yeah, I think you told me. Where is, I know Smoochie's up from Northeast. I know Shelly, I don't know where Shelly's at. Smoochie, you're in Louisiana, right? We were talking about Louisiana the other day. But you're in Louisiana, right? Don't do tell Mark. What'd he say? Yeah, I think I do. If I'd known that was going to be a topic, I'd gone and dug out my books. Yep. Okay. Louisiana. I have relatives down there somewhere. But I think their house was destroyed during the big hurricane. Was it Katrina? And they let us know everybody. They let everybody know they were okay, and then nobody ever heard from them again. But they made good money, so God only knows they may have even moved out of the country. She may have even gone back to Japan because she was one of the cousins I had that I went and visited in Japan. My phone's going off. It should be going. Oh, okay. Nothing big. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there. A lot of research. Katrina, yeah. Sorry, dealing with something. Yes, I was born in the year of the dragon. That's what I thought. Yes, that's what I thought. Now, if you got things to do, Blue, you know, take care of it. Don't say sorry. Please don't say sorry. That's what this chat's about: coming and going, doing what you want. Now, like I said, I'm still going to show the video. I'm going to do a countdown. I'm just going to start from one and do them all until I figure out what all the hoopla is about. Because we're watching a guy now doing reaction videos. He's scamming, but yeah, he's doing it the wrong way and ripping people off. But I mean, I should be able to show a video here and there and be able to talk about it. Everybody else does it. Why did I have such a hassle about it? Who are the 14 protectors, Mark? You know what? I'm almost tempted. That'd take me too long because my closet's got like 3 boxes of nothing but books and an army chest. And my notes are upstairs in the attic. I've been pulling those out and going through them. I'd like to be able to sit here one Friday night and actually have a conversation with you guys, because between my ability to talk is not the greatest. Sometimes I feel like I'm stupid and I really can't argue a point. I try to make it simple, and sometimes it don't work. I don't go that, and I didn't go that deep. I'll tell you what, I know I have a book that explains that. So I'm going to have to go and see if I can find it. But there are 14. I also have a book that lists all the Chinese dragons. I have a book that lists all the Japanese dragons. All the Asian dragons. And the dragons of the Viking mythologies. And the book is called The Dragons of Age of Darkness. That's probably it's all about the dark ages. You far from, I know, but sometimes I know because the way I talk and have problems talking, I probably don't come off probably too intelligent. Actually, I wouldn't say I'm a smart person, but I've done my research. It's just sometimes it's hard that when I'm not I'm not a person that really likes to sit in front of a camera. I don't mind it. I've gotten quite used to it. And it's nice. I find this very comforting. Now I see why people do it. I don't want nothing out of this. It's not. I do this for fun, for my own little way of getting out in the world, I guess. 1 second. Did a little yard work today, and it's been totally got my allergies hopping. The 9 types of Chinese dragons are Baxi. Yes. Leave it to Chris. Thank you, Chris. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I have to get that book out because I used to draw from those books too. Damn it. Sorry. Okay. Believe it or not, I used to draw. I don't know. You can't see it now. But there's a picture back there I did of Batman. I used to do a lot of stuff. I have a portfolio out in the living room that I did. I like to draw dragons. Did a lot of cartooning. Everything I do turns out to like cartoons, so that's what I started doing. Did a little bit of post arts for some people for freelance in the day. Now it takes me almost like 2 days to draw a picture because I get the tremors get so bad. Dragons protect the boundaries of the city of London, iron statues. Okay. I think I do now remember. God, I gotta get my stuff out. I just haven't had time to do anything. It's finally slowing down. That life is getting back to normal because I've been able to go through research and stuff. I prefer Asian dragons over European and warm. I do too. I think Asian dragons are cooler. Don't make a dragon cry. You. It takes a lot to make. Actually it doesn't. I'm a pretty sensitive guy. I'm not afraid to show emotion. Not at all. It takes a lot to get me mad, though. I can get a little frustrated, but it takes a lot to get me mad. I always try to look at both sides before I throw a tantrum, as one might say. My little nephew likes Batman and Spider Man. Those are the most 2 popular Batman, Spider Man, Superman. I can't put them in order. And there was one more. I think it's either Captain America. Well, probably Wolverine now because when he came out, man, he really took. But those are basically the 3 most known characters across the world. Yeah. What was the? Dang it. Dragonheart. Yes, thank you, Chris. Dragonheart. Yeah, my kids loved the first one. The other ones were crap. Green Lantern. Actually, he's my son's favorite in DC, but he's a big Marvel guy. But now he's into anime, so I don't think he cares too much about. Well, American comic books are kind of lately, so I love Dragonheart. Yeah, it was a good movie. It was a great. I mean, the acting could have been better, but it's a great movie. Not now, and when it comes to dragon movies, there's 3 of my favorites. That's one of them. Dragon Slayer, which is a great movie. I just wish they'd show more of the dragon. And of course, Reign of Fire. Benedict. Yes, he was great as Smudge. Smog was one of my base. I like Sean Connery. He's a kind of character. He did a movie with Wesley Snipes about samurais and all that. Now I can't think of that name. Chris, what's that name of that movie with Sean Connery and Wesley Snipes where they're like police ambassadors? There's a lot of people in that too. You heard that Bruce Lee's daughter has okayed and is overseeing a Bruce Lee cartoon. And it's supposed to be of the stories that he was going to he was in the writing, finished writing, and was writing before he passed, of movies he wanted to do. That should be pretty good, because I think she's being real meticulous about everything too. Guardians of the Galaxy. Now, see, I like those. See, that's the thing. I love my basic comics, but I like the obscure stuff. Like I said, I liked Werewolf by Midnight, or Werewolf by Moon, whatever it was. I thought it was started called Werewolf by Midnight, and then Dracula. I have a couple of those. I always like the older version. The first probably 2 years of Doctor Strange was really weird and wild. A lot of the Kirby stuff was kind of crazy stuff. Did he like Roger Rabbit? Oh, Roger. I thought you said Roger Rabbit. That was just Werewolf by Night. There it is. I don't know why I keep saying Midnight. Midnight stuck on my head. Giles, I think my son Giles corrects me all the time too. And all my issues are all packed away. I got to go through them because I got to rebag everything. I try to rebag about every 4 years. So I got to go buy new bags. I want to try to find some good quality ones. And then I have stuff in the safety deposit box too. I didn't have to sell all of the good stuff, but I sold some good stuff to get, pay doctor bills. It sucked. I had a Godzilla collection that I picked up when I was 12, when I was in Japan, and there were a bunch of figures. It was like a set, and I had to sell that. I got like $500 for it. And I was really shocked. I figured maybe two, but I always say something's only worth what somebody's willing to pay. Guy was willing to pay $500. I said sure. So I need the money. I don't want to sell them, but I need the money. Pootie Tang. Haha. Puff the Magic Dragon. Actually, I think I've said this before. My dog's name is Puff. My son named him Puff. Puff the Magic Dog. He's a character and a half. I'm just gonna catch. Yeah, Rising Sun. Thank you, Chris, very much. I was thinking something like that, and I don't know. I'm drawing blanks. When I get on here, I draw blanks. I think it's just kind of I'm still nervous when I'm doing this. So, big show this year will be Oscar in 2 weeks. You think? You think? It might. It looks good. We'll see. Hey, Long Island Bigfoot, how you doing? Are you still out on the roaming the world, or are you home? Should I ask? I hope you guys had a good time. Got lucky and got some good stuff. I've been trying to catch what I can. Like I said, I watch a lot of people. I try to read the replays, and I hope you're safe and good, though. You must be. You're here. Yes, Cindy's here. I'll be out here for 3 more days. Oh, awesome. Cool. Cool breeze. Yeah, I try to keep up with everybody. It's kind of hard, but I do my best. I really do. I'm glad. And everybody's doing good out there, and everybody's getting along. That's the key, getting along. But I take it you guys have all been together before, so that makes it nice. Yes, lots of going on. Always. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, she brought up Pete's Dragon. I wonder when somebody was going to bring Pete's Dragon up. I like the original. Wasn't a big fan of the second one. But yeah, we're just hanging. I'm going to show one of Jemmy's old videos here pretty soon. Her first listener counters with the ramblings and all. I'm Puff the Magic Dragon. Oh, thanks, Shelly. I don't know if I rock, but I do rock, but I'm more of a roller myself. So everybody else is good. You guys are safe out there, having a good time. Is the weather good for you out there, Mike? Has the weather been respectable for you guys? I know there's been rain. We're not due. We were supposed to get rain last night, and it never came. But it stayed cloudy. I couldn't see any of the meteors. Well, I did catch a few, but I didn't get them. Wasn't fast enough to get them on camera. Open invitation to anyone who wants to ever have an amazing experience. Oh, I'm sure with you, it'd probably be great. I've been to a lot of. I should make you come to Ohio. I'll show you some cool places in Ohio. I'll take you where Grassman's at. Yeah, he's being cited a lot again, I guess. I don't. That's what I'm hearing. I have a friend that lives out in Zanesville, but I haven't seen any reports. I don't hear anything. But he said, "Oh, they're seeing him in town. They're talking about him in town." Not a fan of kitty dragons or movies like Harry Potter. I watch them because I read some of the books. I don't think I've seen all the Harry Potters, but I like kitty. I wouldn't call them kitty movies, but I like cartoon movies and stuff. I like family movies. I was growing up that way. I still get enjoyment as long as they're good. I won't have a problem with them. Have a good one, friends. Mike, you have a good one too. Be safe out there. Have lots of fun. Good luck. Hope you catch a lot of good stuff. I'm hoping to get out tonight. The sky's supposed to clear up a little night. Tomorrow is supposed to be kind of a decent day, so I'm really hoping to catch some meteors tonight. Maybe what else I might catch. Hey, Iron Dagger, how you doing? Yeah, life of lame guy. Yeah, well, just be safe out there. Have a good time. Can't wait to see all the footage. That's what I like. I tried. And if anything, I catch replays when I was watching MT the other night while he was out. So he's here in Ohio. He was at a place I know of. A lot of people in Ohio I know have Sasquatch on their property. Yeah, and it's amazing. It's pretty wild. I never thought when I was younger that Squatch was here until somebody goes, "Oh yeah, we have what they call a grass man out east." And I'm like, "Huh?" And that was probably in my teens when I found out. Sasquatch. I'm glad everybody's doing good tonight, and I'm glad everybody's safe. Yeah, I would love to get a bunch of us. Gemma still wants to go out to the pine forest, and it's good to see you too, Iron Dogger. Gemma still wants to go out to the Pine Barrens and hunt down the Jersey Devil. Heck with all of us, we're liable to find him, catch him, and show him off. I like to take a couple people, get a bunch of people, and go to a couple places here that I know. There's a bunch of warehouses up north. They're all abandoned and stuff. Those are creepy places. Is anyone hearing anything about a territory war between the Squatch? I haven't heard that, but see, I watch so much stuff. Sometimes my brain rots. No, the only thing I'm hearing about is this alien war in Peru, where that village is still being attacked. Now I haven't heard anything for a couple of days, but now I haven't heard of Squatch territory war. I would expose they have. I would think they would have things like that where hey, get off my land. No, no. So who knows? See, everybody's saying no, so have to be something you'll have to look into. Peru is weird. It's a very weird place. I wish I'd go there. I had a friend. In fact, he went. He's the one that went with Giles to Florida. He went to Peru. Man, some of the stuff he told me was wild. Yeah, what is up with that of all places? But the footage I'm seeing, I'm not real. I can't. I don't want to make an opinion because me and Pixie talked about that last Thursday night. I don't want to make an opinion yet. Some of it's still kind of sketchy to me, but there is definitely something happening there. There is definitely something happening going on there. Hey, they can keep those aliens. Oh, the Gahan. I am not even going to try to pronounce that, Chris, because everybody makes fun of me when I do it. So, but yes, it is. It's a very haunted place. A lot of creepy stuff goes on around there. That is a weird village too. Need 19 under proof to see the truth. You know, it's amazing because like South America, you should see all the crazy reports that come out of there. I mean, you go to their YouTube, if you go to like Mexican or South American YouTube, the stuff you see on there is crazy. Between all the UFO stuff, all the paranormal, things that go bump, because I always consider UFOs part of the paranormal, but the crazy demon stuff and ghost stuff that they have going on down there is insane. But most of them are like super superstitious, so very religious. Hello, Robert. How you doing? I almost said Mike. Good to see you, sir. And I listened to that video. It's not the band I thought it was, but I liked it. They want us focused on a lot of stuff while they do other stuff. I'm one of those believers. Hey, look at this hand over here where I'm stabbing you in the back with this hand. I think a little bit of that is actually a lot of what's going on. But I'm not going to commit to anything. In my opinion, sounds like a bulletproof vest. But yeah, I think the stuff down in Peru, we'll have to wait and see. If there's something going on, somebody from this country's down there checking it out, government wise. Some evil crap happens. There's a lot of evil crap going on right now, right in front of our very eyes. No, I liked it. Yeah. Okay, I guess. Are you the one that sent it to me? Yeah, you sent me one. Yeah, it was a good video. I liked it. If it's good, I'll listen to it. It just wasn't who I thought it was. That's all. These guys play more traditional instruments, like homemade drums and bone stuff. It's pretty cool. The band I'm thinking of, man, it's weird when you first see it, going like, "What the?" And then when you realize what it is, it's like, "Oh, okay." And I have to find a video and write down the name. Both you or Chris will probably know who it is. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Because I want to start that video. We got time. I'm in no rush. I actually slept in. Well, since I went to bed, it was probably like 5:30. I slept until about, Gemma and my son woke me up right after each other. So I had to get out of bed to see who was texting me. And that was about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Yeah, there's a lot of those I'm going to have to go check out, Chris. I probably won't have no problem finding them on YouTube. So the thing is, I know I heard of them. And I know I've seen them, so I shouldn't have any problem. Whew. So how many we got in here? We got 15 watching. Well, hello, 15 people. Welcome. I'm glad you're hanging around. Wasting the night away, I guess. That's what we're doing. And I'm going to start the video here pretty soon, too. Let me get a little, because it's just, I can't remember what her first listener counters were. I didn't rewatch it beforehand. I just kind of watch it with you. I mean, I watched all of her videos a few times. I do that with a couple people, actually. I go back and rewatch videos so they keeps the views coming in. I like you if I'm watching your videos like 2 or 3 times and going back and watching certain ones that I liked over and over again. Guardians of the Water. Hit that, yeah. You can hit that thumbs up if you like. I'd appreciate it. You don't have to, but it would be nice of you. Missing 411 boulders and water. Soon, please. I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, we'll start that here real soon. You're getting bossy on me, Mark. You're gonna make the dragon mad. Just kidding. No, we'll get him started. We were having a good conversation. I just let things go, kind of go with the flow. So we're good. Yeah, I think I am going to start it here pretty soon. I think a lot of people come in, and this is an older one. This is like the first one she did, so you'll be able to see how things change. But I can't remember what the counters are. Let me get it queued up here if I can. Dun 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 dun. Let me do this. I may have to get rid of YouTube there for a minute, so I will not be writing in chat because it runs better when I have YouTube off. Let's get rid of that and get rid of that. So I am officially out of the YouTube chat. And it's just because I can't type, I don't want to type in StreamYard because it's under Gemma's name. And somebody probably, oh, Gemma's here. No, she's not. Okay, here's the first one. Let me cue it up here. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. See how we look here. Share. Okay. There it is right there. Well, come on.
Very first video.
Pause it. We'll get it started from the beginning. The change. Okay, let me move myself out of the way here down to the bottom. Where'd I go? There it is. There we go. And here we go. Ghosty, is there a Miss Dragon? I'm divorced, dude. Yep, I'm a divorce. I have 3 kids. I'm very close and still good friends with my ex. Her name is T. And we are still very close. She remarried. Really good guy. She's a good mom. And, the divorce was more of a, man, I don't want to make you suffer what I'm going through. A few things happened, nothing major, but we've stayed friends, which is good. That's because I watch too many friends that are not friends with their divorce and the divorce wives, and it's kind of a shame because they're nice people too. But I get it. We just happen to stay friends. We get along. We still talk. But at the moment, I'm just a dragon in a cave at the bottom of a cave at the underneath a basement down in a dark, dark corner, and I'm content right now for the time being. And if you're ready, look how young. Okay, let's do this.
Welcome. My name
And don't
is
be
Gemma
afraid to
Jade,
talk.
but today,
Can,
finally,
can you guys hear that okay? Before I don't know that little girl. Yeah, really. I'm gonna play it and let me know if you guys can hear it okay, okay?
I
On,
have my very first video of listener stories. You guys have been sending me stories for pretty much since I started asking like 8 months ago, but I had some email issues and time constraint issues. But now I'm finally able to do them. And I got an overload of stories.
guys
I
can hear it
tried to
good?
go in the order that I received them, but I may not have. So if you sent me yours, don't worry. It's definitely going to be in the next one or the next one because I plan on continuing this as a listener stories series. This first one comes from Fox Buck, who is one of mine and Steve Stockton's regulars. I am so happy you sent this in, girl, because we were talking about mermaids and sirens quite a while back, which I think is what triggered me to ask you to send this story when you had mentioned it. So here we go. Hi, Gemma. Not sure if this needs a title, maybe something like What Did Homer Know? In reference to his story, Ulysses. It took place on Labor Day weekend, 1984 or 85. A friend and her sister was taking their kids on a road trip before school started. Me and my friend, I'll call her June, were dating twin brothers, and so we were invited to go along. We spent the weekend hitting all the tourist places in New Hampshire, Six Gun City, Santa's Village, Storybook Land, all the kid friendly places. When we headed back for home, we entered Maine from the south. It was late morning, a fine sunny day, and warm. The kids wanted to go swimming, so we pulled off at Old Orchard Beach and piled out of the van. Me and June were walking together as the kids headed for the bathhouse to change. Soon her 2 boys sprinted by us. She said she should probably go with them and keep them out of trouble. I said, sure, no problem. And she walked on ahead. I had never been to the beach before, so I wandered through the amusement park. It was quiet. No people, no one at the rides or the concession stands. When I got to the beach side of the park, I paused and looked up towards where my friends were. Not a lot of people there either. There was a young couple with a black or chocolate lab with a bandana around its neck. Then I stepped out onto the sand. I was standing in a corridor of slowly swirling gray mist. It led across the beach, and at the end, I could see blue water and sky. I could hear these beautiful, compelling voices calling to me. They said, "What are you doing? Why are you still here? Come, come to us." And I wanted to go. I knew exactly what was going to happen. I was going to walk down the corridor and into the water. I would just swim until my physical body dropped away and I would be free. I felt no fear, no regrets whatsoever. But before I could take one step, a voice spoke loudly into my left ear. "You cannot do this. You have friends here. You are not alone." The voices in the corridor were gone. The next thing I remember, we were all in the van heading up the road towards home. I have no memory of the time between that and the disappearance of the voices and the corridor. I did have a heartache for 3 days afterwards, just a little zing of pain. It took me years to realize that the voice that told me I couldn't walk down that corridor was more important than the beautiful siren song, that I was meant to be alive for some reason. For those who might be wondering, no, I have never been back to Old Orchard Beach, nor would I ever go there alone. Wow, that is so interesting. I've had some weird things happen to me at the beach, but I want to say I've never been fortunate enough to encounter a mermaid or a siren, but I know that this was probably really scary for you and really confusing. So I don't want to say that it was fortunate. I just am so interested in these paranormal things that sometimes I think, like, oh man, I want to experience that. But honestly, I can't even imagine, and I don't know what I do. I hate when certain paranormal experiences make me kind of lose time like that. So thank you so much for sending your story in, and thank you for your patience with me as it took me a long time to get it out into one of these videos. I'm glad that you listened to the other voice, the voice in your left ear, because you contribute. You have something to give to the world. And I know that I love knowing you and I love discussing things with you. And I love when you're in the chats. You and I have had some kind of deep conversations about your beliefs versus my beliefs and things that I put in videos. And I'm always interested to have someone that I'm on the same level with, even if they completely disagree with me. So thank you so much, Foxbuck. I love you, girl. And again, I'm so glad you listened to the other voice. The next
Yeah, it's amazing because I'd love to see some of these people pop back in, Foxbuck. If you're ever listening, please stop back in. But mermaids, what do you guys think about this kind of stuff? Nobody's going to answer. So I can just keep going. If you want me to just keep playing, I can do that. That's cool with me. Either way you guys want to do it. So I'm good. I'll just go ahead and let her go on then.
next listener story is from Melissa Herndon, and she's another one of mine and Steve's regulars in pretty much all of our live streams and in all the comment sections. Starts like this. Hi, Steve and Gemma. Love your shows. Keep up the amazing work. Here's my story. I always enjoyed spending the night with my first love and very best friend, Josh, at his mom's house. Although, since I had started staying with him on the weekends back in 1999, I had always felt the feeling like I was being watched. Never feeling alone, even when you're the only one in the house. Back then, his older sister told me about seeing a little ghost girl in the attic and ghost soldiers marching up the driveway. I originally thought she was toying with me to scare me. But as the years have gone on, she still sticks with these stories. It was a somewhat old house, having been built in 1943. It had a very creepy vibe about it. Fast forward, it's 2001 and I'm 16 years old. I had spent the night with my now fiance. I woke up the next morning to the sounds of everyone in the kitchen talking and eating breakfast. My fiance was up before me and had joined them. I quickly realized that I couldn't move, no matter how hard I tried. I'm locked in place. I'm starting to panic, heart racing, and thoughts running wild. I tried to call out to Josh. I tried to call out to anybody. I couldn't talk. I couldn't scream. All I could do is look around and think. As I lay there silently screaming and trying to force any kind of movement from any part of my body, I started to think to myself, this is how I die. Fighting these thoughts, I decided I was not going to succumb to whatever force had overtaken me. I pushed myself forward with all of my might, and finally, I broke free. Instantly, I sat up. I saw a dark shadow move away from my body across the wall to my right and slowly fade. I was so freaked out. I joined the others in the kitchen and tried to act normal. I confided in Josh what had happened, but I left out the part about the shadow, and I'm really not sure why. Maybe I didn't want to sound completely crazy. I don't know. On the way home that day, as I was driving down the road, I felt the unmistakable feeling of someone kicking the back of my seat. I looked in my mirror and there was nothing there. I felt this happen several times before I finally reached my house, thankful that the 15-minute ride was over. Fast forward 2 weekends, I come in from Josh's after spending the weekend with him. My mom tells me the story of how she and my brother were up late that Saturday night watching a movie. She says they were sitting in the dark, and my brother asked her why I didn't want to watch a movie with them. She told him that I was staying at Josh's that night and wasn't home. He said he had just seen me walk by in front of the TV. She said to him, quote, "That wasn't your sister. She's not here," end quote. He was totally freaked out by this and went to check my room and then the rest of the house, only to confirm that I was not home. My mom had seen the dark shadow go by the TV. She didn't say anything to him because she didn't want to scare him. She knew they were the only two people in the house at the time. This story chills me to the core. It only confirms what had happened a couple weeks prior to me. I told my mom what had happened to me when I awoke that morning a couple weekends ago and about the kicking on the back of my car seat on the way home. She was horrified. She told me that I had brought something home, a spirit or demon, but definitely something. I'm now 36. I still live in the same house. I bought it from my parents and they downsized. Over the years, I never experienced anything else from this shadow entity, apart from thinking I see something out of the corner of my eye, being watched or not alone, or something to that effect. When I was roughly 25, I battled some serious demons of my own with prescription painkillers and insomnia, among other things. I started to experience what the doctor later described as sleep paralysis every single night for a while, and then it slowly dissipated. It was pretty common and almost a part of my nightly routine for about 3 years, though. Some of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life. There's no fear like waking up in a dark room lit only by moonlight with the feeling of something holding you down. Then the covers slowly rise in front of your face, and all you could see is a red eyed demon with a wide, drooling mouth growling and crawling at your flesh. Thank God those days seem to be over. I can understand the medical definition of sleep paralysis, but until you've been there, I don't think you can really grasp how scary these episodes are. And why is it, when you pray, only then does the evil leave you? Medical or spiritual paranormal? It's hugely debated online as I've researched it over the years. I really don't recall one person that has ever experienced it believing the medical definition, though. Either way, I know that first experience was paranormal in nature because I'm not the only one who saw it. My mom still gives me hell for bringing, quote, that thing, quote, home. To conclude my story, Josh and I dated for 5 years before we decided to break up. For 20 years, he was my very best friend. He was like home, my comfort zone, and we never stopped loving each other. It was beautiful. We both went on to marry, me twice to his once. He always said he didn't want kids. I tried and tried to talk him into it, telling him that he needed someone to carry on his name as he was the last male in his family. One day he called me and he said he changed his mind. His wife was pregnant. I was overjoyed at the thought of a little Josh running around. He called me that April 2018 to tell me about the arrival of his baby boy, Jax. It was the quickest conversation. Had I known it would be our last, I would have kept him on the phone much, much longer. Josh passed away October 2018, leaving behind his wife, new baby, and many, many more that loved him. He was only 34 years old. He was a Marine vet that proudly served his country. He didn't use drugs, and although he drank heavily in prior years, he had quit that with becoming a family man. He was a vibrant, healthy 34-year-old male with no history of blood pressure and things like that. He went to the hospital with a severe headache on Tuesday and was pronounced dead by Sunday, stating a stroke as the culprit. This has devastated me. I cannot wrap my head around it. Although I could have left this part out and made my story much shorter, I wanted to continue our 20-year chapter being nostalgic. And also to ask you or any listeners of your channel what they make of this very sudden and unexpected passing. It just doesn't feel right to me. How does a healthy human just die? Of a stroke, no less. Anyways, thanks for listening to my story and my continued rambles of my good old days with my best friend. Love you guys, Melissa. Melissa, I have some theories for you, and I also have a similar experience of someone dying very, very young of a brain aneurysm. So I will email you in a week or two and we can kind of talk about that because I do have some theories that possibly something in that house could have been a culprit if you're looking at it from a paranormal sense. I definitely agree with you that anyone who's experienced sleep paralysis, because it's been a regular part of my life too for years now, won't agree with the medical definition or the medical community. They will not agree with the medical community about the definition or what it is or how it makes you feel because you can't ever describe that. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you so much for sharing that part of yourself with us. All of you who shared these stories and who will continue to share them with me, with this channel, please, everyone else, be respectful. I'm not going to tolerate any nastiness or bullying on my channel. Oh, of course, ask questions if you need to ask questions or, talk about these stories, even debate if you want to go back and forth as to what you believe, but please keep it respectful and realize that some people, it's really hard for them to share things like this. Some people are sharing things with, I know with Steve, that they've never even shared with their significant other. So Foxbuck, Melissa, thank you so much so far for sharing. And I look forward to discussing this with you guys, not just in the comments, but through emails. And if you have any more tales or stories or encounters, definitely send them along. Our third and final listener story or listener encounter comes from a friend of mine, Jason Zorn, who has sent me a ton of emails. Jason, I'm still going through them. I absolutely love the way your mind works. It works just like mine, like all these rambling, crazy ideas. And I love that. And I mean that in the best way possible, how you just put them right down and send them to me, just like that at face value. I absolutely love it. So please continue to communicate with me through email, whether or not you're sending me stories, because I absolutely, like I said, love the way your mind works. So here's the first story I could find in all of our emails. I think you've sent me more than one. So don't be discouraged or don't be upset with me. I will definitely get the other ones out if you sent other ones. I still have to check some of your emails. So from Jason Zorn. Where is it? I was asking my friend Ben as we were digging through his dad's garage looking for that hatchet he'd been bragging on. It was early summer 1980, and back then, kids could safely act like kids. You could ride off on your bicycle all over town until supper time, and your parents didn't need to worry about you getting kidnapped and or killed. The worst thing you had to worry about was that red-headed bully in fourth grade named Matthew H. Total a-hole. I hated that guy. My friends, Ben, Billy, and Chris, had an area of woods near their house that we explored and ventured into as often as possible in Wascom, Texas. Wascom is directly on the state line between Texas and Louisiana, almost exactly 18 miles west of Shreveport, Louisiana. We decided, with our infinite wisdom, that we were going to build a fort. Well, a cabin, actually. And to accomplish that, we really needed that hatchet that Ben was looking for. Rusty toolboxes were opened, old wooden crates spouted dust as they were pried with a screwdriver, and eventually we found it. Now we just needed some nails, a hammer, a saw, and a peanut butter sandwich or two. Quietly, we gathered our supplies, because if Ben's dad found out we were stealing his tools, we'd all be in a lot of trouble. The sawing of trees resonated throughout the forest, logs being set in place with the pounding of hammers. Log after log was laid upon another, and eventually the walls were set, and only the roof needed construction. And it was then that we all realized that something was missing. A door. We never made an opening for a door. And now we're all looking at each other, trying to determine who was the most stupid among us. But to deflect from the current situation, I said, quote, hey, why don't we just build a hatch on the roof, build a ladder, and just go in and out of the cabin through that? End of quote. After moments of pondering and head scratching, everyone kind of agreed it was a fairly decent idea, and so we went to work. Our fort/cabin was completed. 2 days later, I ventured into the woods, as I often did, because I always loved the woods and being alone more than I cared for civilization and people. My jaw hung open as I viewed the cabin, or at least where the cabin used to be. Logs were strewn about over a span of 30 yards, ripped one from another by sheer force. Some of the logs were twisted and broken in half. My first thought was, why did my buddies do this? My second thought was, those a-holes. A day went by and I gathered my friends together to question them about the demise of our cabin. Seemingly, they were just as shocked as me. Chris said, "Man, I ain't been out of the house for nearly a week. My parents been working and I've had to watch my little brother." Ben said, "I dang sure didn't do it. My dad found out we took his tools and I got a spanking and grounded for 2 weeks." Billy said, "I don't even like going in the woods, especially by myself. And why would I tear up something we spent so much time building?" The excuses made sense. I couldn't argue. And nobody ever goes into those woods except us kids. So who completely destroyed our cabin? I would have to say also you should be asking who or what completely destroyed your cabin. Again, I want to thank all three of you, Foxbuck, Melissa Herndon, and Jason Zorn, for contributing to the listener encounters video. My first one, I'm a little bit nervous, as you guys can probably tell, because I'm not used to doing this format. And my show is not like Missing Persons and Mysteries, where I'm just like, it's just my voice. So I'm trying to do like a little bit of that interaction too. Let me know if you like this, if you like me to read it and then comment on it and that kind of stuff. I feel pretty good doing it. Like I said, just a little bit nervous though. This video is pretty short, but I am going to go. I think I have some more listener stories in my email that I need to just double check and compile. And I'll do another listener story really, really soon. And for everyone who has sent in encounters and stories or who will send in encounters and stories, if you weren't in this one, this was just the first three that I kind of came across in my mad craziness that is my email right now. So as soon as I get that sorted out, I can kind of go in a little bit more order. So please give this video a big thumbs up if you liked spending this time hanging out with me. And also for the people who were brave enough to send in their encounters and their stories. I appreciate you guys so much. Please comment. Let me know what you guys think. Remember to be respectful and to comment how you would want someone to comment if you put yourself out there like this. Again, I'm not going to tolerate any bullying, but I know I really don't have to say that to you guys because my subscribers are amazing. Also, share this video if you think it's worth sharing and spread the love. Please be sure and check out the description box. There will be links to the 3 different live streams each week that Steve Stockton and I do. Fireside Chat on Sunday nights, Dezombified on Wednesday nights, and Campfire Stories on Friday nights. Sunday and Fridays on Missing Persons and Mysteries, and Wednesday on Dezombified. Also, you'll find information and links for my PayPal and Patreon if you are able to and want to help to support the channel financially. Guys, until next time, have your best day, have your best night. Go in grace, be kind to each other. It costs nothing. I love you guys. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, let me switch back here. Ah, that was fun. Let me do a rotation here. Get myself going. There we go. Back. Well, it's pretty funny that second story. She's talking about sleep paralysis and stuff, and then she turns around. How many years later? A few years later, writes a book about it. Yeah, that is something that she does talk about a lot. So hello, Miss Grey Wolf. How you doing? I'm glad you popped up and woke up and stuck your nose in. Said hello. So good to see you. It's good to see everybody. I'm glad everybody shows up. So what did everybody think of those? Anybody have any comments? So that was that was done 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure. All the ones I'm doing now are about 2 years old. I love you too, sweetie. You take care of yourself and quit showing food on Facebook. You make me so hungry. That's crazy. It's like getting on Facebook. It's like my son spends an hour before I'm cooking dinner watching the food channel. It's like, why you torture me? I mean, I'm making this crap and you're showing this stuff. I caught the tail end. I wonder if they smelled anything or found any tracks. On that last story, I would say it was probably a Bigfoot too. She really wasn't knowledgeable too much about Bigfoot at that time. I mean, she knew a Bigfoot. Yeah, it's going on right now. like I said, I must have caught scragglers last night because I didn't see too many when I had clear sky, and it was like I always had my camera in my hand. And I'm looking through the telescope, and I'm like, damn, I missed it. And like I said, in the second one, I think it's pretty wild how that story talked about sleep paralysis and stuff, and then she turned around and wrote the book. And actually, I think she does a couple of videos, or at least one or two, I think. See, I go through that catalog so much with everybody else's, I get confused. Had my first night parallel event a couple weeks ago. I celebrated. Now, I've never had that happen. I know a friend that suffers from it really bad. And he says he doesn't agree with what the doctors say either. He complains all the time. He looks almost as bad as I do sometimes. Now, he says that he'll go like a week and not have a bit of problem. Then, like 2 or 3 weeks in a row, boom, 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 every night. And he says it's creepy. He says you lay there and it's just like somebody standing, and it's somebody standing over looking in his face. He says it's just creepy. He can't do nothing. He says he doesn't know how, after about 3 years of this now, that he doesn't know how he's kept his sanity. Huh? I think you guys are great. See, I pretty much just let you guys talk and chat, and I just ramble in the background. I have not experienced that. Yeah, see, I don't want to either. I would never want to experience it. But from what I've heard from him and many other people's, it's terrifying. And a lot of them do not agree with the doctors. They're like, no, that's not what's going on, man. You're not there. You need to experience yourself. Yeah, I guess he got mad. His mother went one time from the doctors with him, came back. She said, man, he jumped all over me. That he tried his best to make that doctor understand that that's not what's going on. This is very real, and it feels very real. Had one happen in a car at the beach. What, sleep paralysis? Oh, hi, John Keats. How you doing? I'm glad you stopped in. It's good to see you. Appreciate it. I really do, just for you guys stopping in. Oh, and Gemma is still doing the merch thing. So if you get merch, take a picture and send it to her. You might be one of the 15 people that get some cool stuff. She sends out some crystals and sage. You might even get a box. Who knows with Gemma? But you might get something. I know she's talking about giving the first 15 pictures she gets something. But anybody else have any? The first story was kind of short, and I like the second one. And the third one is basically a Squatch story. To me, it is. That sounds exactly what it sounds like. Yes. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, I probably won't go too late tonight. I try to make Sunday night. Well, we go to. I was surprised I stopped. I stopped last night after trying to tell everybody to go to Sunny, just in case you were bored and you wanted to keep watching something. Now there was something outside the rig trying to either get in, but I couldn't pass through the door. Oh, that sucks. Or did you stand in front of me and go, "You shall not pass"? That's what I would have done. Stood in front of the door. You shall not pass. Get away. Get off my lawn. A rig? Do you drive? No, you got a camper, don't you now? You're the one that got the camper. I get so people talk. I try to keep up with chat during streams, and sometimes I don't do a very good job because I'm trying to keep the list. You got a camper? So I know one of you ladies got a camper. Oh, and I have I went back, Edna and Blue, if you're still listening, I went back and looked at that Jeep. I may get that Jeep. It's a nice Jeep. It's a Wrangler. Your dad's like, "You sure you want that?" I go, "Yeah, actually, I think I do." They might even give me a good price on it. It's real nice. It's pretty clean. Do you have any scary road stories? I know, I know. Andrew, if he was in here, I'd like to have Andrew on one night. Good night, sir. You have a pleasant night and a good day tomorrow. And please dodge those meteors. I'm going to catch them. Um, you have a wonderful night. Have a good Monday or Sunday, and then have a good Monday. Now remember, we are on at 11. She does her premiere. In fact, before you leave, so I can show you folks. Let me pull it up here. I want to put her thing up here so everybody knows what Monday's video is. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. Where did it go? It's here somewhere. I think it is. She just posted it. It's about a haunted town at the bottom of a lake. Where'd it go? I just saw it. Young lady, would you put that? Dun dun. There it is. Okay. Let me make it full screen. Ah, you poopy head. Go back. Let me do something here real quick. Click. Come on. Quit being a butthead. Thank you. Stop. Go back. Do this. And then drop it down. Go down here. Hit screen. Here we go. This is her video. Wait, what did I do that for? Let me do this. I did something wrong. Screen share. Okay, present. Up. Do this. There we go. Oh, I had it and I dropped it. Ding dong. There we go. And that's her. Yes, I screwed up. Okay, there we go. But that's the video for Monday. That's at 11. Should be a pretty good one. She's going to try to do all the states and like the little legends and stuff. I will tell her about that MSS and let her know. Yeah, because I was going to bring that up to her about the pyramids in the Wisconsin lake, and some stuff here. And anybody else, if you got ideas, either post them in Facebook on her, let her know on Facebook or let me know here and I'll write it down. And I will write that down because that was something I brought up to her not too long ago. So awesome. Thank you for reminding me. But that will be her video for Monday. And then, of course, I believe we are doing afternoon talk. I can't do it like her, so I'm not even going to try. But we have afternoon talk at noon after that video. That should be a good video because she was really happy to do something about her own state. Indian hospitals on the res. Yeah, I've heard some things about that too, about those places too. I'll have to ask her about that and have her do some research. Hey, chapter 444, how you doing? But yeah, we just got done watching Listener Counters #1 of hers. Yeah, so if you do have, those are great ideas. Yeah, which she's trying to get stuff from each state. So if you get ideas, like I said, either post them on Facebook so one of us sees them, or just let me know and I'll write them down. So I am going to remind myself of it. Yeah, because I thought about that, and I know I talked to her a while back ago about it, but her mind goes 1,000 miles a minute. Mine does too at times. My body more than my mind. Yeah, Wisconsin. Write that down. Yeah, so yeah, if you got ideas about each state, and I wrote down the Indian hospitals too on reservations. Heard of a good story about a boarding school. Hey, if you got good encounters or good stories like that, Send them to Gemma, and I'll have her do listener encounter. I'm trying to get her to do another listener encounters because it's been a while since she did them, and I know a lot of people liked them. I liked them a lot. Uh, Oops, let me do it in small because it looks better in small, and that's how it shows up on the. Here's her email. If you got encounters, please send them to her, and I'll get her going on another listeners encounters or in just encounters in general. Oops, get it right, Steve. There you go. Just email your encounters there, and I'm going to try to do another encounter, get her to do another encounters because I do enjoy those a lot. I like the topic videos, but doing the listener encounters are so often it's kind of nice change of pace. Actually, if she could get some short ones, she could do those for her 60-minute, 60-second shorts. Sweet, thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, if you got encounters, don't be afraid to send them to Gemma. Just make sure you headline it, for listener encounters or whatever, so that she knows what it's for. Like now, she's like I said, she's going through a lot and got a lot going on. She a busy lady. I'm surprised she gets time to look at email sometimes. But yeah, that's always good to send encounters. I know there's a lot of other people out there that do them too. So, excuse me. My dinner didn't agree with me. Actually, it was good, but it'll probably be a while before I ate KFC again because we went KFC tonight. And I was kind of disappointed. It had been a while since I had Colonel Fried Chicken. It was not the best. The biscuits were horrible. Everything else wasn't too bad. Could have been better. So what else is going on? Anybody else got any comments or anything? We got a bucket of extra crispy. It'd been a while. My dad been craving KFCs. We none of us have had them for a while, so we figured, oh, what the heck, we'll try KFC. So we did. We try not to eat out too much. I'd rather make dinner for them. Yeah, that's what my son got was a famous bowl and biscuits earlier. Now he said that wasn't too bad. The chicken was good. It just wasn't a whole lot of meat on it. I guess that's from stepping on them. Yeah, see, and I agree. It was not good at all. I don't know what they did to their biscuits. Yeah, biscuits were horrible. And I'm a biscuit guy. The mashed potatoes were okay. The corn was kind of The chicken was not bad, other than the fact that it didn't have a whole lot of meat on it. Walmart has good fried chicken. I've heard that. I don't know if I've ever tried it. Now, see, sometimes here at Kroger, we go, yeah, it does depend on the store you go to, too. That I say that, too, because, yeah, they have changed. But it does depend on the store you go to because, but then again, I've gone to some areas where it's not that great looking and gone into a restaurant and had some of the best food I've ever had. So, but yeah, it does depend on the store you go to. But it was just a meat. See, the thing is, I stopped eating KFCs a long time ago when ghost tracking glitches. Anyone experienced these? Glitches are becoming a big thing now. Chapter 44. I'll talk to you. Yeah, we got a Bojangles getting ready to open up on the west side of us, and somebody says they're going to open another one closer to me. Now, see, I've had Bojangles before, and they're awesome. Yeah, chapter 44. I never experienced it, but I have had a few glitches. But I'm going to save those for her listening encounters because I am writing some stuff down so she can do some listener encounters. I don't want to tell too many of my stories because I want her to have some, but I am going to go back Friday night, maybe once in a while, sliding in some stories. I know I've gotten to go back into my notebooks now So that was the other reason why I got into my notes, was because I wrote down a lot of the encounters people had when I felt running around talking to people. So much processed chicken goes through China. Oh yeah. Yeah, that is so true. Same thing with pork. What happened? Are you talking to me? Um, we were at, I can go ahead and tell you a little bit of it. We were at a hotel up north, up around Cleveland. We had gone to a Browns game. And I don't know if it was a glitch or just something weird, but the elevator in the place always wanted to stop on the fourth floor. It was seven floors, something. It was it wasn't a big hotel, but it did have an elevator. I think it was 6 floors, and 6 or 7 floors. Anyways, it would always stop, no matter if nobody pushed a button, but it would always stop on 4. Well, one of the guys, I didn't experience, but one of the guys went down to go run to the gas station, get some munchies. And when he said he came back up, and it just automatically stops at the 4th floor. And he said when the door opened up, all the lights were off and all the doors were open. But when he remembered going down, it just looked like the rest of the hallways. It said it freaked him out. So we all got back in the elevator and went back down, and it stopped at the 4th floor, but it looked, just like every other hallway. I told him to go back down again by himself and see what happened. He wouldn't do it. It kind of freaked him out. But he was calling it weird. But to me, that's kind of like a glitch. Because he said it didn't even look like the same hallway. He said it looked like a totally different place. The hall was dark, other than like the emergency lights, and all the doors were open. He said it looked like an office building instead of a hotel, is what he said. Yeah, I have that written down somewhere too, the whole story. Yeah, he was pretty freaked out about it. He goes, why does all this weird stuff happen around here? See, that was the thing. A lot of people always blame me for the weird stuff because it always happened when I was around. But yeah, if you have those type of stories, those are good stories to send to Gemma too. I don't know. Is there anybody else streaming tonight? So if I do decide to call it an early night, you guys got, if you want to go somewhere and check them out. And I am going to post a couple links here. I think it's only right that I do that. So let me do this. I am going to take this off now. And let me do this. Stop sharing. Did it go off? Let's see if it goes off. Are we still all together here? It stayed on. Okay. I don't want to drop. There we go. Let me post some links for you folks. And you folks that are wrenches, if you know people that have good content, don't be afraid to post them. I want people to share the love. So please, if you got, links and stuff to post, please post them. It looks like I'm going to have Gemma make a few of you some wrenches, because Robert should be a wrench. You got to have her cousin as a wrench. Some of you people that come in regularly, chapter 44, Robert, MSS. You have to forgive me if I don't say the whole thing. Like I do, I have some talking issues. But yeah. We can talk about everything. I swear we do. That's I. Been meaning to try the Bojangles in Columbus for a year now. Now, they just they're building one now, but like I said, closer to me. I haven't found the one that's actually in Columbus, but I don't go downtown or too close to that area. It's crazy down there. The roads are all screwed up. But they built one out in Hilliard that I'm really excited. Actually, by my old home where I raised the kids, they put in a brand new Menards, and they're building a Bojangles right next to it. So I'm ready for those. Yeah, I love that place. A couple times when we went down south, man, I chowed in those places. See, it's like I like what's the other one? Oh man, now I can't think of it. This is how. See, this shows you how I still get nervous on here because I draw a blank. Popeyes. So I don't mind Popeyes, but that's another one. It depends on the store you go to. Because I've gone to some Popeyes before and they were just horrible. And then I've gone to Popeyes, man, it was just perfect. But Bojangles, man. See now, Chris. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah. No, it's not open yet. It's not done finished building yet. They haven't even, I think they just started laying the groundwork on it. I absolutely love this lady and her experiences. Highly recommend it. There you go. Let's see. I'm going to check it out. Okay. Oh, the journey through. Yes. I know her well. Yes, that's a good channel. Go check it out. But yeah, it's not done yet. They haven't finished building it yet, Chris. They actually say it's open. That's hilarious because it's not open yet. It's not built yet. Well, they're building it now. That's funny. Yes, actually frozen. Did I miss something? Yeah, I missed something here with chapter 44. Basically, a hole in the yard that was filled with that I was meaning to fill 3 weeks ago, and it was filled with the planted grass as it the hole never had been there. Oh wow, that is a glitch. See, that's a story you send if you can tell the whole story real nice. It's a nice little short story, so that'd be a good one to send her. See, I'm also trying to give her suggestions for the short stories. I mean, the shorts. She's trying to rack her brain. I said, just make a variety of stuff. Google it. I'm going to because I just came from there, Chris. I was over there the other day. That's where my old house. That's where I raised my kid. That's what we owned. When I got married, we bought the house that my grandparents owned, and it's right there in Hilliard. I mean, it's in New Rome, but it's right there off of New Rome Hilliard Road. Yeah, and age that Menard's only about 2 years old, and it actually is still like brand new. But no, I don't think it's done building. When we went by, they were building it. It was still up in picture shows it complete. There's no way. Now we're talking about glitches. No way. Now I gotta go look. That's weird. There's no way because they weren't done with it. Me and my son were just talking about it before we went to go get chicken tonight because we kept saying they have it open. We'd go get Bojangles if we didn't have to drive all the way back. We'd just go there and eat it. That's funny. I'm pretty sure. I'm damn sure. I was just over there. I don't think it's open yet. I can't believe they've already got a picture. No way. Columbus. What? Oh, it says close, 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 close. Oh, those are the yeah. Yeah, if you notice, Chris, it doesn't have any hours on it yet. I don't believe they have it listed as open because it's not open. They got a number and everything. That's weird. Yeah, because we were saying it's not. They just hired my daughter was just hired as an assistant manager there. They weren't open. My daughter Samantha was just hired as an assistant manager. They're not open. They're still training people, in fact. That's hilarious. I wonder how many people see this website and go over there and go, wait, it's not even done yet. They haven't even finished building it yet. Well, it's done. I think it is done. I haven't been over since they completed, but when we were last over there, they were still doing a lot of work. But man, they cranked these places up because she just got hired. I think it was over the week. So it was either Thursday or Friday. And yeah, they're still in training employees and everything. That's wow. I can't believe that. I wonder if I call that number, if it's, well, somebody will probably answer because it'll probably be a machine. I can't believe they. I'd wonder how many people are going to go over there and say, "Oh, it's not even open yet," because I know for a fact it's not open yet. They didn't even give you an opening date, which is really weird. That's wild. Yeah, because we were literally just talking about that. I'll be honest. Yeah, because I don't. My house is my old house that we had is actually not that far from there. If you go down the map, there's a you cross the railroad tracks there on New Rome Hilly Road. There's a housing development, and I lived in back in there. In fact, I lived on Maple Drive there. That's wild. I can't believe they got that posted. That is a trip. Yeah, because they don't have no hours up. That is wild. Yeah, they do build them pretty fast. I knew it wasn't normal. No, if a hole fills in all by itself and has grass on it, there's something weird going on there. I'm trying to watch a couple conversations at once. A chicken glitch, no doubt. But I can guarantee you the place is not open. Yeah, because I was just gonna, yeah. I just, when we got to talk about it, I remembered my son told me, and then I remember my daughter saying she got a job because she quit Bob Evans because they suck. She said that it's bad at Bob Evans now. See, now my ex-wife used to work for Bob Evans. She loved it until they started taxing tips. But yeah, she was all excited about working in this place. She had heard nothing but good things about it. So she's all excited. But I know they're not open yet. There's no hours when you pull up the website and it gives you store hours. It just says close, 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 close. They don't even give you the hours for the days of the week. Dude, that's wild. There, I wonder how many people see that site and go over there and go, "Oh, they're not even open yet." That's funny. There's all kinds of glitches going on. Oh, they built the Popeyes we go to on 161. They built that like in 6 days. I was shocked. We had a Bob Evans down here in Graceland, and they closed it because they couldn't keep managers. And it sat empty for a month, and they've already started. They gutted it, but they're not tearing it down. It looks like they're adding and building more onto it. So I don't know what they're going to turn it into. But whatever it's going to be, it's probably going to be a little nicer. See, I used to be where the very first Bonanza I worked at was right there where that Bob Evans used to sit. Let me catch up on chat here. I went 2 weeks ago to see if it would do it again. You got to do the double check, huh? Because I thought my mother's BF filled it in, brought sod from his yard. I asked him today, and he said no. And my mother said no. Said she filled the hole last year, but no way. That's wild. That is something. You should write all that down and send it to somebody. My cat is purring and putting me to sleep. Good night, sweetie. Thanks for stopping in. I do appreciate it. You have a good night, hon. And hopefully we see you Wednesday. And she does stream. We are streaming Monday, just so you know, at noon, as far as I know. And then her live at her premiere at 11. So I hope to see you there, sweetie. You just have a good night and have a good Sunday, okay? Some weird stuff, yeah. There was a Denny's in Rockland, Maine. Tried a few times to keep it open. It's now deserted. Now, see, that I will say that about Columbus. For some reason, we are a fast food test market. I've watched fast food stores come in here and last not even 6 months and gone. I know you will try. You just have a pleasant Sunday. Get some rest. I keep hoping that Lotus and Arisha would pop in. Lotus, I figured she'd stop in for. She usually checks in when she has her midnight smoke break. If she's listening, hi Lotus, Arisha. Yeah, like I said, get that merch. I like my shirt. I love this shirt. This is not as cool as the let the dude out of the basement. My daughter came out and said, "Where did the hole go?" That is pretty trippy. You should go. Hey, 444. What you do is you go out and mark where the hole's at. Take a stick or find something or rocks, and put it around where you think that hole was at, and just kind of mark it. And over time, see if the rocks disappear or anything disappears around it. That's kind of wild. That's like this story I heard about a guy that kept swearing he parked his car in the garage. He would remember coming home, parking the garage, shutting the garage door, and going in and going to bed because he worked a second shift. But he would get up in the morning and his car would not be in the garage. It would be in the driveway. The door would be shut. And it freaks him out every time. He goes, I don't remember doing that. So you're not doing it in your sleep? Because I don't sleepwalk that I know of. I have cams. And that cam glitches out about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. He said about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning it would glitch. So he thinks it's happening then, but he doesn't know anybody that would do it. It's just he freaks out every time he talks about it. I guess that hadn't happened for a while, just like a few years ago. I really have never experienced this, Dragons. That's pretty wild. Really, I would, if you can remember where the hole's at, go out there and find something that you're not going to, hurt your lawnmower with, or find some way, kind of trace out where that hole was at, and just watch it over time. Maybe put something in the center of it, like a rock or something that's, if you're cutting the grass, you're not going to tear up your lawnmower, or you can remember to move it when you cut the grass and make sure you put it back, and just watch over time and see if it disappears. Tell nobody to mess with it, and just see what happens. I'm just curious. You got my curiosity piqued. There's a lot of things you can try to do to see if it's just a glitch or if there's something else going on. Like I said, would just dig another hole, and yeah, you can do that too. Dig another hole somewhere and see if it fills itself in. That would be a trip if you go back and that's filled in too, and the grass grew back like there was nothing, like it never happened. That would trip me out. That would definitely trip me out. That's like when you put stuff down and you go back and it's gone, and then you go back a day later and it's there. How do you express? How do you explain that? That happens to me a lot. I'll put something down. I know exactly. I'm one of those people. I know where I put everything. Everything has its place. And I'll come back and I'm like, where'd it go? And then I'll go through the house asking, hey, did you take this? No. And then 2 days later, I'll go back and it'll be right there. And I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. If I had not paused in the middle of the mowing with this strange feeling, I would have not thought much of it. It's usually strange times like that is when that happens too. When you're doing something and all of a sudden it just dawns on you. Hey, wait a minute. I stopped mid-row and looked over and like felt strange. Yeah, like he said, dig another hole somewhere, or and where that hole was at, put something around it or put something in the center of it. Do it at night when there's nobody out there in the night, and put it out there and set it where the center of that hole was at. And just do that every night and just see whatever that, don't put food or anything, like put a stone or something, mark it and put it out there in the center every night and see what happens. Was this something that happened overnight, or was this something over time? Like you noticed the whole Tuesday, and when you cut the grass on Friday, it was filled, or was it like you noticed the whole that day and you came back and it was full? Yeah, there's a lot of little things you can try just to see if there's something else is going on. Yeah, I was just going to ask that same question, Robert. How big was the hole? Was it like a big hole, like a ground hole, hog hole, a rabbit hole, a mole hole? But was was it a good size hole? That's wild. House pixies. I Gemma would probably say that sounds like something the Fae would do. Fill it in on you. Good call, Vixen. House pixies. 3 feet. That's a big hole. Yeah, that actually, I could see Gemma saying, "Oh, that's something. Sounds like something the Fae would do." Now to come think of it, that hey, you didn't know. Stupid question. Did you notice any mushroom circles in your yard over time? Has there ever been any of those mushroom circles or flowers growing in a circle? Anything that was like growing in a circle around that area? Yes, he said yeah. No. Are you saying yes to the Fae? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's what Gemma would probably tell you. It could be a glitch or it could be Fae. You know, sounds like something they would do too. No circles. Okay. Yeah, fairy rings. Yeah, my ex-wife had one growing in her yard, and one of my granddaughters or grandchildren was getting to walk in the middle of it. And I'm like, "Don't you go in the middle of that." Then my ex looks at me and goes, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Don't let her go in the middle of those. That's a fairy circle, fairy ring. I call them fairy circles. So you don't want to put them in the middle of that. Don't let them get in that." I guess after I left, her husband went out there and cut it down with the lawnmower. Yeah, what about the hole? I mean, was there anything weird about the hole other than it just filled back in? Did you say the grass was like it was already pre-grown? Sorry, I've got an itch on my back. I get bit by a mosquito. I just know that this hole was there and now it's not. It's flat land with grass. That is pretty weird. I would, if you knew where the hole's at, during the night, go out there and set something on top of it. Set something that kind of, I was going to say like a rock or something, but set something out there like a toy. The grass was bluish. Interesting. Sounds like some X-File stuff. Yeah, it does. But see, that's those glitches and those weird things that happen. That's what makes life interesting. But it could be a number of things. If you really remember that happening and that really did happen, I would. I'd like I would go out there at night. I'd find like a toy or something set in the middle where that hole used to be. You said the grass was like a bluish. I'm still agreeing with Vixen. Maybe house fairies, any kind of fae. That's an interesting thing. And I'm sure you're probably not the only one that had a weird thing like that happen. A whole 3 foot to the flat land is weird. Yeah, it is. Different from rest. So the grass was a different, it was bluish green, so it didn't look like the rest of the grass. So I thought it was sod. Unless it was sod mixed with that, but it still doesn't sound right. They confirmed they did not fill the hole or plant the grass. Yeah, I would. That's what I do at night, just for fun. Play around in that area. Meaning, personally, what I do at first is just kind of remember where the hole is, mark it at night. Go out there and send them to where that hole was at, and set something there every night, and go back in when you get up in the morning. Go out and check, see if it's still there, and do that for like a week, just for the fun of it, and see if anything happens. I couldn't see the bottom of my shirt. Makes your brain wonder, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. It does make your brain tick when you see stuff like that and experience stuff and hear things like that. That's like the guy in his car, the guy in the elevator. The guy in the elevator, we went back up there not too long ago, and he wouldn't even stay in a hotel. I'm confused because I mowed this lawn weekly. That's wild. Carbon dioxide poisoning. I don't know, but he freaks out on that. I don't know. He hasn't said anything more about it. So whatever happened, maybe he figured out what. Maybe he was sleeping and walking in his sleep, driving his car in his sleep. This was not filled. Okay, that's wild. Yeah, that's like I said. If you can remember where that spot's at, I'd mark it. There he is. There's Andrew. How you doing, bud? We were just talking about you. All the things that we were saying about you. Hope you're good, sir. Are you on the road? Are you home? Yeah, I'm real fidgety. What time we got? Hang out for a little bit longer. Oh, it's only 2 o'clock. Crap. Metal detector from the hole. Yeah, there you go. Get a metal detector and go over the hole. That's actually a really good idea. Yeah, I want to get one. We have, this area is pretty old and used to be farmland and stuff. If you have things moving around dragons, you may have house pixies too. People don't stop sending me this stuff. And this is what I blame right here. Right here. She sends me these, and and I almost sent them back. Well, I bought a bunch of them for her because I found a bunch of them so she could make her little gnomes stuff. And I joke with her about I have to send them to her right away because they drive me nuts. I'll tell you what, there was a couple times I had the bag under a chair and I would find the bag over by the trash can. I'm like, how'd it get there? It wouldn't surprise me. Now I kind of believe in. I'm not gonna say I kind of believe in. I do believe in the Fae. I've seen when I was younger, like I told the story about me in kindergarten about seeing the little shadows following the kids in the playground. I'm pretty sure those were Fae. Now I didn't think about it then, and as I was growing up, but once I got to knowing Gemma and she got talking about the Fae and stuff, the more I realized that's probably what I was seeing. And I'm sure, and I know for a fact that that's not the only time I've seen them, and I still see these little things sometimes following children around. And it's always children. It's never an adult. It's always children. If you're new, please subscribe and hit the button. Yes, please. If you're new, please subscribe and hit the button. Hey, I got 22 likes tonight. I'm really happy with that. And still 17 people watching. Thank you, folks. I do appreciate it. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Fae had something to do with this hole. I don't know if it is a glitch. It may be something Fae related. We got a lot of new people. Yeah, we do. It's awesome. Now, a lot of that contribute to between Eric and a lot of them came from Mike too. Long Island Bigfoot and Paranormal Highway. I'd say both of them did a pretty good job about sending people over. I'd say the bulk of them was from Mike. That was a great stream. She had a great stream with him that night. That was a fantastic stream. Stream. Everybody seemed to be having a good time. In the ground. See if it lit up, if it hit anything. That's not a bad idea, too. Or you can go get one of those REM pods and put a REM pod in it at night and put a REM pod on top of that hole at night and see what happens, too. See if it lights up. That's not a bad idea either. You can buy those little REM balls. Order a couple of them, set them on there at night and see if they light up, move around. Dowsing rod, magnets, yeah. So you can do stuff like that to test to see what's going on there. Kind of experiment with that area, especially if the grass was a different color than the grass around it. That to me sounds like a Fae thing or something like in that nature. Now, the more I think about it, I mean, Vixen nailed that, I think, right on the nose. This is not how it was 100%. That's what I do. I do stuff like that. You know, these are a lot of good suggestions here, and just mess around with it over time and see if anything. Just see if anything weird happens while you're screwing with that area. I saw another following story about 20 minutes ago. A following. I'm a little lost. Did I miss something, Andrew? Did I miss something? I don't feel like kicking anybody out. Okay. I'm going back and rereading to see if I miss anything. Yeah, it's good. It's nice to see it. I walked under a tree and a twig with a couple of leaves were just jumping up and down, but it was the only one moving like that on the whole tree. You know, I don't know if you watch Mr. BB333. He's got a lot of videos. People are sending him a lot of videos. And I've seen it myself. Where the like you have a tree and just one branch is doing this. If you can see that, it's just doing this or this. Um, he has one where there was a branch with a bunch of leaves on it, but only one stem with a couple leaves on it was the only one moving, and it was weird. And then he has a video of these people walking in a park, and there was like a flower, and all of no wind, no nothing, but the one flower, the leaves were all just kind of flowing together, and they would touch it and stop it and step back. And as soon as they step back away from it, it'd slowly start back up again. It was weird. But he's got like a few videos like that. Bury something and see if it comes back. Yeah. Now we're talking Pet Cemetery there, bud. Well, you could put a stuffed animal in there and see if it comes back alive. That would be creepy. Ooh, that would be creepy. I buried this stuffed animal. I watched it climb out of the ground during the night. I'm never moving. I'm never coming back to that house again. That's not, see, there's a lot of good ideas. You should experiment 444 and see what happens. You never know. So are you home, Andrew? Are you on the road or are you home? I didn't see if you said you did or not. If you're new, please remember Wednesday nights. Oh, look at him. He's coming in here promoting. What a man. That, yeah, you go, Andrew. Appreciate it. If I can post a picture somewhere, I will. Um, you're not on Facebook? I don't do TikTok or stuff. Um, my email, if you go to my channel on here, if you just click thing and go to my page, my YouTube page, if you go to contact, or whatever it is, click that, and my email's there. Just send me the picture or send Gemma the picture, and we'll hold it for you or show it for you. I'd like to see it because if it is it a round hole? Is it? I'm trying to figure. Was it perfectly round or was it just an average hole? How much different? How much blue green is the rest of the grass? Is it that big of a difference? You'll probably be thinking about that till you go to sleep. Huh. Yeah, that's a good one. That's something that those when things like that happen to me, I like to play around and see if anything else happens. It was a hole, then it was gone, completely filled in. Yeah, I would experiment with it. I definitely mark it and keep an eye on it. I mean, if the grass is different, it shouldn't be hard to mark it. So just if something weird goes on, just make well, you can always take a if you got a cam set out there and film it overnight and see if anything comes and goes out of that spot. That would be interesting too. An old tea tree. Oh, it's from an old tea tree. I can definitely post a pic. Yeah, just either send it or post it. I'd like to see that because I want to see the difference. Because that's interesting. Yeah, you never know. And I think Pixie's probably right. I mean, Vixen's probably right about that. It's probably house pixies or some type of fae. So are you good, Andrew? You in there promoting for me, making my job easier. Bless you, guy. I hope you're safe out there. Anything else? Everybody getting quiet. Yeah, the counter's going up and down. Yeah, I can't believe it. It might be an early night. It's 10 after 2, almost 10 after 2 already. Last time I looked at the clock, it was like 22. Wow. Time does fly fast on here. I mean, both times, those couple, that one last week, that one week when we both nights we went to 3, I was shocked. I'm like, people actually hung around with me for 3 hours. Am I that silly looking that they can sit there and just laugh at me? That's awesome. Plus, the views are good. She didn't monetize these because somebody keeps messing with me. So, heck, she only makes $1 off, which really sucks. YouTube sucks. It was such a good, it's still a good concept and it's still a good platform, but I think what happened is it just got too big and they got too greedy. I lost my mind over this shit. My kids went, saw the hole and was gone, and they knew. Yeah, I'm serious. Chapter 444. I would I'd either take a camera out there and put a camera out there at night, see if you see anything, and I would experiment with that area. Leave things, bury things. Maybe, like I said, get one of those little REM balls. Put out there on top of it and see if it lights up at night or they get moved. I'm in a beautiful. Oh, you're in Idaho. You want to bring me back some potatoes? Bad joke. Oh, do you have a channel? Do you have a channel? Yeah, because folks, if you got channels, please don't. Well, I'm going to have to have Gemma show me. Well, she got to do it from hers, so I can't do it from mine. And get some of you guys some wrenches. Okay. Let me check this. I'd just do a couple things. That's what experimenting is. You take a thing, try one thing for a couple nights, see if anything happens. Nothing happens with that. Try a different idea. Like you said, bury something or get a metal detector and just kind of keep an eye on it. But do it like for 2 or 3 days in a row so you kind of get a good idea. But yeah, just kind of keep an eye on it. You never know, because if it happens again, and it's like you said, you could dig another hole. Go like somewhere else in the yard, somewhere it's not going to cause a problem, and dig a small hole and see what happens. You can do stuff like that, you'd be shocked. You might get an answer. Man, my typing sucks so bad anymore. Okay. Oh, here you are. You do have a channel, huh? Yeah. Let me see. Is this you? Oh, that's 4444. Is that your channel, 4444, or is it just 444? It says chapter 444. I don't have a channel. No, I was talking about chapter 444. Actually, if you do have a channel, believe it or not. Everybody has a channel. When you make as soon as you sign into YouTube, and because you got to be signed in to dislike or like or talk in comments. If you go to your profile or your emoji at the top screen and click it, it'll take you to your channel. You can post on it, you can upload on it. So just so you know, Robert, you can do stuff on that, on your thing, within YouTube guidelines. Yeah, because I almost started my own channel and then I chickened out. And then I just said, well, I'm not. See, because you can tell by the way I act doing these streams. I'm comfortable and I enjoy talking to you folks, and you guys are making it easy. But I still get nervous, because of my issues, my, talking and twitching and stuff. But you guys make me feel comfortable. I do enjoy it. But yeah, I've also found this has been a nice way to just kind of, especially at night when I'm up anyways. I could almost do this every night. But that's ruins me out. A lot of times on during the week when I'm up this late, I'm either cleaning or reading. But I'm trying to do something constructive, so I'm not like wasting time until my body says, "Okay, let's try to go to bed." Usually, it's my brain telling my body, "You're done. You're going to bed," because my body just doesn't stop. Yeah, I don't have a official channel. Yeah, just when you click on your little thing on the corner of your profile picture, you go to that. That's you can upload on there. You can do anything you want within YouTube guidelines. See, I think I'm gonna see. I have set up on Rumble. I am thinking about one night during the week. Maybe I'll let you guys pick a night, and if you don't have Rumble, I'll go log in because I am going to have Gemma start posting over there, and maybe dual live streaming her Wednesday nights there, if we can do it and see how it goes. She's a little worried about trolls, and I understand that. But you're going to have trolls no matter where you go until you get comfortable. She had them here. They gave her such a hard time, especially when she streamed with Stockton. There was just some people that just dicks. I'm going to outright say it. They were dicks. There's no sense to behave like that. I got bit good today out in the yard. He got me twice. That's another thing. I don't want to be bit by some GMO mosquito either. My son came back. He came back from Florida early. He was supposed to stay till Monday, and he came back today. He was done. He said he was getting eaten up. He just couldn't get comfortable because he was around a bunch of people he really didn't know. He said just felt uncomfortable, so he came home. But man, he got chewed up down there. I said, yeah, you probably got bit by all those GMO mosquitoes. Lots of new people. Yeah, there are a lot of new people here. Well, they become regulars. Chapter 444 has been in here. He's been in almost quite a few of the streams. So is Robert. Robert is Gemma's cousin. Cindy. Cindy's listening. Hi, Cindy. She's new. She's kind of become a regular. We don't know who this Vixen Doe person is or this Chris Jarvis is, but they seem to hang out a lot. And that's pretty funny. I realize I do kind of. Oh, there's Pammy. How you doing, Pammy? I figured you'd stop in and say hi. But I it's kind of funny. I realized I had a kind of a couple regulars and people who just listen that don't really say a whole lot, which is fine. Not probably interesting unless they're scoping me out, waiting for me to do something really bad. Good luck. I slip once in a while, but I don't do anything bad. So you good, Pammy? It just cracks me up how it still just amazes me how YouTube's chat is on point and StreamYard is so lagging, but the StreamYard video is on point and there's a delay. I watch myself and then I look at the YouTube and it's like there's a couple seconds delay. I wonder if I did something. That's probably right there. I didn't click. Yeah, I keep forgetting. If you guys feel like you're having a really bad lag, I know a lot of people don't know this. If you just go to your screen and click the live, it will catch you back up. I was doing that. That's no wonder. Now there's still a lag, but it wasn't as bad as it was. Maybe this is my call to actually post something. Actually, you can post it. You can still, even if you don't do a video, you have your own community channel. I mean, if you go there and if you look at your thing, you have your things. Just go to community and post it there. If you don't want to, make a video or anything. I mod like 15 channels. Most of them have seen me. Most people have seen me. I know you're out there somewhere. I'm kind of new, but I vibe with this community 100%. Yeah, this is a great community. But you have a community tab on your page too, and you can post it there. But hey, James Weston, how you doing? But yeah, the community is great. I go from chat to chat. Sometimes I can't. I have to catch replays. But I've gone into chats I've never been in this community. People are super nice, very welcoming. I love this. This is good stuff. And it's the same thing. And there's a couple other like movie channels, review channels that I follow that I've gotten into the guys. And their chat, when they do live stream, their chats are real good. I'm good. It's good to see you too. It's been a while. Yes, it has. I've seen you in other chats, I think. I don't know if you saw me, but I probably saw you. Yeah, Chris comes and goes. I'm thinking of making Chris and Chris and Nightmare my information boosts because they always seem to come in right time and drop the information that I'm lagging to have. I love that. So I do appreciate it, Chris. And if you're listening, Nightmare, I appreciate you too, because he's really good with the movie stuff. It's like a competition sometimes. Who gets to it first, Chris or Nightmare? Yeah, so we'll do a little thing. Gemma's video for Monday. Let me do that again. I'm just gonna post it behind me. Do good. It will do good. And that way people know that it's on Monday. Here, let me do this. Go like this. Go like this. Yeehaw. Go here. There. And then try me find it again. Right there. And it will post it. Go. Why do I do that? It's such a hassle. Problem is I need to hook my other screen up too, so I have two screens going. It'd be so much easier. I should have done that the other day. That way I could get my two screens back. Okay. And this is her video for Monday at 11. So please come check it out. And then, like I said, we're live streaming at noon. My toads are singing. I don't know if you could hear them. Hey, Nightmare. See, I said the magic word and he popped in. And they popped in, making a mess with this hot glue gun. Oh, you're messing with a glue gun. I hate glue guns. As long as it's hot glue and isn't code. Where's Smoochie? That's when you need Smoochie here. That's exactly when you need Smoochie here. That's funny. You must have been listening, Nightmare, because you heard me call you. That's funny. Yeah, you guys have become my information boosts. If I can't spit it out or think of it, man, one of you guys pop in with it. I love that. That's a big help to me. Believe me. You wouldn't be, I try to be prepared, but I'm still digging stuff out. I can't wait to organize everything again. Then I'd be able to have everything right here in front of me. I hooked my other screen up. That would help. I got my other screen. I got my PlayStation 5 on the other screen. I can still do it though. And hook them up. Somebody told me I should stream playing a game one night. I don't know. I'm not a very good gamer. LED lights. LED lights. Oh, you're doing LED lights? Now, see, I got these. I don't know if you can see them. Here, let me do this. But this is Gemma's 11 o'clock video. I bought these for me and Gemma. And she got an owl one too. The owl one turned out, but they don't have holes in the back. Okay, so I thought they give you lights, but they're these little tiny wire lights, and you have to do it on the outside. You have to run the wire outside the thing. So I think I'm going to go get new ones and drill like little tiny holes and try to fit them in that way. But that's how they had you do it, and I'm like, man, it's cool when it lights up, but you can see the wires, and it kind of takes away from it. So I think I'm going to go buy a whole new set of them and something that plugs in because those little batteries don't last a crap. And actually drill little holes and put little lights in. Yeah, I think I'm going to because they're really neat. I dropped this mine and chipped it, which pissed me off. But yeah, I want to do that for her owl and her dragon. I think it'd look a lot better. I think it'd look a lot better than having wire on the outside. Ghostbin, best way to send you a pic is how again? Best way to send me a pic? You can email it to me. You want to do that? You can send that to email. Here. Type it not even in there. Yeah, just send it to that email right there. Oh, I'm glad you came in too. Yeah, because that's interesting. I like stuff like that when stuff like that happens. And I'm telling you, experiment. Like you said, get a metal detector. Take a prod and kind of stick in the ground and see if you hit any. Oh, excuse me, and hit anything like that. That's James Weston got to say. Yeah, there's a certain weekend show that was much more entertaining about a year ago or so. That's where I remember you. Yeah, I thought it was SOR. Not to take anything away from anymore from anyone else, but it's a fact. Oh yeah, when they were all you're talking about when they were all together, Big Willie and Gemma. Actually, they were great by themselves. When they started adding people, and John, you had Big Willie at the first 2 hours and Gemma, and then you had John. I liked John. I enjoyed talking to John that night I was on. We could have gone on. I know he would have talked to me online on stream for another hour or so, but I was tired. Yeah, they were great. They were hilarious. It was a good team. Yeah, I saw Big Willie the other night on Sunny. He was on with Sunny last night. I said hi. He didn't say much. I still call him Firebeard. But yeah. They were great together. I mean, sometimes I don't understand when you mess with something like that. I don't know what he was trying to achieve, but they had those three right there were great. Not knocking Bree or anybody else that came on later, but they clicked, and it was a great 3 hours of just having fun. I know you were there, Ghost Dragon, ZW Shadow People. Yep, you know I'm here. Uh, I saw one today that was pretty wild. I didn't. The last 2 days I've stuck close to home, and I get tired of seeing that crap sometimes, and it is a lot. It's now to a point where I don't go anywhere without seeing something. Today I saw something that actually kind of made me happy. Um, Coming out of the gas station, guy pumping his gas, and I'm pretty sure he had an angel watching over him. I mean, you could tell it was all good. It was nothing but good. It made my day to see something good for a change. Daniela was good too. Now, see, I wasn't sure because I didn't watch it enough. I tried to get in there because Grant had asked me to come on a couple times or stop in, throw out the link and wanted me to come in. And I wasn't comfortable because I liked everybody there. And Grant's a super nice guy, the young kid. What was his name again? He used to be one of Gemma's regulars. He's a Bigfooter too. I liked him. He was a good kid. And Danielle, I never heard of until the show. I liked it, but it just the chemistry between Big Willie and Gemma was perfect. I mean, you got the little bit of you got your paranormal stuff going on and jokes and laughs, and they made it light and fun. And then John at the end made it perfect. It was a perfect show. Yes, she was a really great host too. Grant's great too. Yeah, I like Grant. Now I haven't been over. Now I catch Dave once in a while on the radio, and every so often I'll pop in and just say hi. And I've watched a couple of the shows, but I guess now who's all? Danielle was with Sean G before he quit his show. Now she's on Texas Front Porch. Oh, okay. Now I didn't know she was on with Sean G. You know why that all went down, right, Chris? That group of guys, that guy he was hooked up with, and probably no wonder why Sean had a heart attack. And Sean was such a good guy. I like Sean. And Sean, if you are listening, I love you, man. I hope you're good because I like Sean. Sean, I was, I was on his channel. I got on the phone calls a couple times with him. In fact, he's the one that really got me talking. Him and Mrs. T were the ones that got me talking. Then when I realized that Gemma was doing the route she was doing, I started talking even more then. So, yeah, I didn't know he quit because I actually went and looked for his channel. All I found was old stuff. And I'm like, and then was it you that told me he had the heart attack, Chris? Sean quit because of his second bypass. But I'm sure that's probably why. Yeah, because I know he was hurting. But I'm sorry, I was pulling up my socks. Yeah, those guys that he was with, he had that great Saturday time slot. And I knew as soon as the other guy took over that he would take it from him. And so then Sean had his own channel. So he started doing it on Wednesday nights. And somehow that guy weaseled in his way in there. But yeah, I knew he had problems. Yeah, I figured you were the one that told me because I went looking after you told me. And I had no way to get a hold of him now. I just hope he's okay. Has anybody heard? Do you know if anybody's heard from him since, Chris? Yeah, I'd love to get a hold of him and see how he's doing. He'd probably get Yeah, I like Sean. You know, it was Sean that I really stumbled on first. And like I said, started talking to first. Gemma just opened me up even more. Yeah, Sean is really religious. Yes, he is very religious. You know, his near death experience really impacted him a lot. And after this, I'm sure it's impacted him even more. Really religious for the paranormal stuff. I don't know. I know a lot of very religious people that are in. I'm kind of one too. I'm not that. I'm a Christian. I wouldn't say I'm a great Christian. I could be a better Christian. But yeah, he was pretty religious. Maybe God was telling him something. I don't know, but I know he was having a hard time. I did know before I stopped watching the channel that dude that he was whatever nightmare, whatever his name was, man, he was fighting with people, causing all kinds of trouble. I know him and Mongolian Monster had gone around, not Sean, but the guy that was kind of overseeing that little group of people, gone around a couple times about supposedly fake evidence and stuff over the Dogman stuff. And I like Mongolian Monster. He's a good guy. I like him. I watched him. I kind of lost touch because I do that. I get in and I have to go back and then I'll remember them and I'll go back and watch all their videos again and get caught up. And then there's people I go back to go, hey, I forgot about this person. I got to watch new people and trying to, I like to move it around a little bit. I could be totally wrong, but I can guess the problems most likely have to do with money. Well, here's the thing, James. Those three, when Big Willie, Gemma, and John did the show by themselves, his views on that weekend, that Friday, Saturday night shows, boom. I mean, he was actually having better views than he was having during the week, unless he had somebody really good. DW, yes. That's his name. I didn't like the guy. He cussed me out one day because Sean had me on the phone. I was on the phone. I was talking to Sean on the phone on stream. Then a girl called and I was told Sean I'd get off. He goes, no, no, stay on. So she got on and started talking. And there was a pause. So I said something just as she said something. And he's calling me an effer and get that effer off the phone. And I'm like, who the hell? And so Sean goes, yeah, you better go. So I got off. And then Sean caught me later and told me this guy. And I was like, no. I'm sorry, Sean, but I can't do any phone calls if this is how it's. I'm not a professional host. I'm not a professional talker. You can tell that now. I'm not a professional. And the guy was just rude to me and mean, and I heard he's like that off, and then it was just, and then he was causing all kinds of. It was. I followed that for a while, and I said nope, and that's a little bit why Mrs. T disappeared. I mean, she stayed in talking. I hope she's talking to him now because she meant a lot to him. Yeah, his whole dog cam things was a scam. You know, a lot of people were saying that because he was trying to pull money in for that. But back to James. Yeah, these three people, Gemma, Big Willie, and John, Dave's views went on the weekends. I mean, he was doing better than even some of his most popular guests. And yeah, they're doing all this stuff, bringing in all this, your tips, your super chats, and the super stickers. They were bringing that stuff in, and he's getting all that money with, and he was making a ton of money off him. Basically, he had a good view. He's pulling in cash. You should share it with the people that's doing the shows. I honestly felt that way because they were basically doing it for free, and all they were getting was notoriety out of it. Well, that's fine and dandy, but when you're working, even though he's on the other side of the coast, Gemma it was midnight for Gemma, so she'd have to stay up. But if he'd offered them something on the side or something and made it worth them staying together, and Gemma had some issues too, in the background. Ghost Dragon. Sean said that God told him to stop hanging with card reading, or else he would suffer. Oh, I didn't know he was doing card reading. I know he popped in. I don't think he ever popped into Gemma's card reading. Um, yeah, I know he was very, very religious. Um, I don't think I ever saw him in Gemma's card. Maybe once. I've seen it. I know he stopped in one time before he had the heart problem again. He had stopped in a couple times during chat and said hi. And I've seen him in Steve Stockton stuff. Is that what he was doing? Was he going and watching Bree and those guys over at Steve Stockton when they were pulling cards? The Vegas fiasco. Yes, that was part of it too. Yes. But there was a lot more to it than that. You got to remember, I'm a little bit more behind the scenes. I'm finding out there's a whole other side of the YouTube. Oh, yes, there is. Yes, there is, James. Yes, there is. And it's funny because if you watch YouTube and the way they're acting and kind of bossing and doing their thing, the rumor is they want to go network. They want to be like a major streaming service. So pretty soon you're going to have to charge to be on YouTube, to watch YouTube. You watch because they're getting greedy. Danielle was reading cards on Sean. Oh, she was? I did not know that. See, you didn't tell me that. So that shows you how much I had lost. DW, that dude, I did not like it. I didn't like the way he treated Sean. I watched the beginning of all that go down behind the scenes. You know, Sean was dating hooked up with a lady, Miss T, who lived in Canada. They almost got married. A lot of the reason they had problems was because of DW. And they played that poor girl because she didn't want him to hook up with him because she knew he'd scam him. And he did. As soon as he got popular, DW took away his Saturday night and took over it. And it was just a mess. But yes, James, there's a lot of drama and stuff that goes behind the scene on YouTube. And there's con men out the butt, con men, women, con folk, all over the place. Yeah. Oh, did he really with Vault? I thought they were like buddies. I always thought DW and him was buddies. They always hung out together. I thought that's what it was. What it looked like when I first was hanging out with them. Yeah, because I caught the beginning of that. I was like, nope, I don't want no part of it. Because Sean was I talked about, making me like a regular call in and stuff. And I'm like, if I'm going to get treated like that, first of all, I'm not a professional. I'm not a professional host. I just go with the flow. No, what? What are you knowing for? No, what? I thought they were friends from the beginning. No, they weren't. I always thought they did work together. Now I'm confused because when I first got there, Vault was there all the time talking. I know they had their issues, but you confused me saying no. Me and you, Chris, are going to have to actually talk face to face soon because you seem to know. You got the stuff that when I walked away from, they were not friends. I thought they were always friends. Because didn't they all talk together? This is interesting conversation in the middle of the night. Because that shows you when I walked away, I told Sean that, hey, I probably won't be watching too much anymore. I didn't like things going on. There's a lot of screwiness. But when I know that Vault would come in and they would talk, I didn't know they were not friends. People talk a lot. Yeah, they do. That's true. But yeah, I saw what I saw at the beginning with DW and Sean, and I knew what he was going to do to Sean. And so did Miss T. And I haven't talked to her for a while. I would like to make contact with her. She was another very sweet person. I'm surprised you're still on. My Wi-Fi went, oh, bummers. Well, welcome back, Miss Cindy. Yeah, we're just gabbing. We watched the video and just gabbing. Yes, you did, Cindy. You missed a lot. Did I bet I missed a lot. Well, you missed the video. I don't did you see some of the video, Cindy? And we just been chatting, talking about Sean G chasing the truth and all that. Yeah, me and Chris, we're gonna have to talk. I'm gonna have to actually talk to you because you're telling me stuff that I didn't know. But like you said, I literally stopped following all those guys because it was just like there was always arguments and crap going down. And it was like I still kind of go and check on Mongolian Monster and some of them. But yeah, I just pretty much cut the rest of those guys off because from what I was seeing in the background and from what I was hearing in the Discord, it wasn't going to end up good. And then you tell me that Sean had a heart attack. I figured, oh gosh. I like Sean. I always will have a lot of respect for Sean. He was a good guy. But I know he was highly religious. I know that his near death experience really impacted his life a lot. And now this. And then for him saying that God told him not to do card reading, hey, it happens. Maybe that was, his con. And who knows? Well, he'll know. He knows. Now he knows. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people don't look at the oracle and tarot reading like that. I think tarot's a little more intense than oracle, but Gemma is so on the nose, and I try to keep it as an entertainment value. But man, she nails when she nails it. She nails it. Who is Radio Vault? Vault was they were all into the dog man thing. There's a guy who used to be a regular in Mog's chat. Can't remember his name, but he's a pedophile. Man, he had a Vault in Mog's chat. He had a couple guys I liked Mog and a couple Pine Island research. Jeff is where I met him at, was on Mog's streams. But he had a couple guys on there that kind of creeped me out. But you don't know them, so you just go by gut feelings. But I always enjoyed his streams. They were always casual. They really got in depth with conversation about Bigfoot and stuff and everything that was going on. The Vault of Nightmares, Pam. There you go. The Vault of Nightmares. Yeah, because I always thought him and DW were friends because they would be doing stuff on each other. Yeah, well, we'll leave it at that. I take it you know some things too, huh? So do I. He's a nice guy, but yeah, I need. Hopefully, if he stopped doing that, he might be a little better. He's also a little full of it, but I can't criticize anybody because I'm kind of a BS boo-boo head too sometimes. Not your Jeff? Not my Jeff? Which Jeff is your Jeff? But I enjoy everybody's contact. But yeah, you do. You find out. I really got to know a lot of people talking to Sean and being in Sean's Discord because a lot of I don't know why people like me. I don't know what it is, but I remember my early days of Spaced Out Radio talking to Mr. Tom DeLaBreeze, that guy. I have mixed opinions about him and even his band. Now, some of his bands had some decent music, but my opinion of Tom DeLonge is, I wouldn't say it's bad. It's not very optimistic. I think he had some right ideas, but I think it was some of it. There was a little bit of a scam too. I think he had good intentions, but it was also about money. My son Jeff, Into the Woods with Jeff Friend. Does he have a channel? Cindy, remind me, If you come in Wednesday night for, or even if you show up Monday for our Monday afternoon stream, you and James and Robert, I need to give you guys wrenches. And then as some of you newer people come in a little bit more often, we'll get you wrenches too. But remind me, Cindy, to do that, okay? Yes, on YouTube. Is that the name of his channel? Into the Woods with Jeff Friend? If you give me his channel, I'll highlight it. Then I can when I post it on here on chat, it will highlight it, I think, or whatever. Yeah, sure. Just post it. If you want to go ahead and put his link in, you have my permission to. Oh, you really? I'll have to check him out. I like new channels. I watch a lot of little people. That's why I get so far behind. Is some nights I just sit and I look for obscure little channels. Sometimes you'd be surprised, and it's sad because some of them don't make it, and they have such great ideas. Love the Gaggins. Thanks, Mike. I love you too, man. I love all you guys. You guys are awesome. You really helped this channel a lot. G-Machine is getting some views, man. That's good. That's what I like to see for her. Get these channels growing. I like to see all you guys' channels growing. Unfortunately, you go now and type in paranormal, Bigfoot. Man, the names that just come up to have channels. It's just amazing now. There are just so many. I see you pop up sometimes, Andrew. Yeah, Andrew's everywhere. He's kind of like me, comes out of the woods and sticks his head out once in a while and says, hello. That's good, Chris. He's been busy moving. He hasn't had time to get out there. Cool. Yeah, if you put his link in, Cindy, and I can highlight it and I'll put it down and I'll put it in with everybody else's. I was just getting ready to dump a bunch of links on here too. Cause hey, Eros, how you doing? Sneaking around, aren't you? Is that what you're doing? Sneaking around, you little sneaky bat, you. Mike sticking his nose in. Sorry, typo. Oh, you're fine, Mike. It's all good, dude. Man, you should see my typos. You don't know how many times I sit here and delete stuff, and then I still send it out, and it's like crap. Don't know how to do that. What you do is you go to his channel and go up into the top in your box into the where you type the site and just highlight it, and you can just take it and copy it and put it right there in the chat here and click it and it will post it. That's about the easiest way I can explain. You go to his channel, highlight the topping up there where your little bar is at, your search bar. Not on YouTube, but on if you got YouTube Prime, yeah, you can do it that way too. And just post it. Just I'll never leave. Me too. Yeah, I kind of got hooked with her when I left Sean and kind of dilly-dallied around because, like I said, Sean G's the one that got me talking, got me to open up. Actually, it was Miss Tina and another lady, because that's where I met Bat Mom at. I don't know if Bat Mom reminds me from there, and a couple of the others were all on there. I know Chris was like me; he was everywhere. Yeah, because for a while there before the fire, man, I was making my rounds with everybody. I was trying to be there for everybody that streamed as much as I could. Yeah, I love the conversations. Just some of the craziness that goes on in the background's hilarious. Yeah, Gemma goes, You gotta be warned. There's YouTube drama always going on. I'm going, oh, really? And she's the one that talked me into doing this. She's the one that talked me to coming in on SRI. I didn't mind talking on a phone, even though I know people had a hard time even understanding me on the phone. And I know I'm hard to understand at times. But when she talked me to do SR, I mean, it didn't take much me talk me into it, but it did take a little time to go, oh, come on, do it, please. I don't have nobody to stream with me that night. Everybody's going to be gone. It's just going to be me. I don't want to be there by myself. Okay. And then she turned around and lost internet connection. I got stuck on a show that, by myself for the first time. I was surprised I kept people there long enough for her to come back. Oh, he's Iris. Iris is like me, man. He sneaks around, ghosts. He should actually put a sneaky ghost in there too, because he does a pretty good job of ghosting, like I do. I'm glad I managed to avoid the drama. I haven't watched Steve Stockton really since he moved channels either. And that's an interesting situation. I can't go into details because this is said that I was on the sidelines observing everything only because of Gemma. But that was just the whole situation and everything that went down all through that was just not good. I mean, I wouldn't say it wasn't good, but it wasn't very kind. Did it? How about that? If I streamed, would I not do a face cam? Would you just be whether game playing was playing with my voice ghost? Yeah, you can do like I do here. I can actually just do this. And I know guys that stream with no camera on, but I see I can just go like that, and then you get this going on. So, see, you could do that. You could stream games without showing your face if you didn't want to show your face. You can do that and just use voice. You could put a emoji or something like I just did there in the place. I know plenty of guys gamers that do that, or they wear a mask or wear stuff. Trying to catch up. Here we go again. Stuff showing up in one and not showing up in the other. I started as a mod on Bigfoot Odyssey. Oh, Miss Carrie, man, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Oh my goodness. Wow. That is horrible. Now, what is Stockton's new channel, anyways? Is it Midnight Society? Is that what his new channel is? Is him and his new wife doing a channel together, is what I should say. We all miss Miss Carrie. Yeah, I hadn't heard that name for a while. Did she stop or did she pass or something? But I hadn't heard that name for a while. It's like I'm wearing a mask already. How how long your beard is? I think the longest I get bushy, I don't get them long. Oh my God, the missing. Among the missing, yes. Among the missing. Really? She just stopped? Yeah, because I hadn't heard that name for a while. I mean, it's been a while. Oh my God, the missing. And I only know because Dave still reads one of Steve's stories during the week. Oh, does he? Does he still have Steve on? So when Chris came in and told me they got married, I had to tell Gemma, man, and that was an interesting situation. But if he's happy, that's good. How long has he known that woman is the question. How long will it last? I shouldn't say that though. I wish him the best. Among the missing is Steve's. He hasn't done anything since. Nobody's heard from him for a while. Are you serious? Is Steve's? Oh, among the missing is Steve's. That's it. Oh, okay. Duh. My name's Steve. I'm the Ding Dong Ghost Dragon. That's the name of the channel, Among the Missing? Okay, I got to write that down. Haha. Missing. Well, I can't go into details, but that whole missing 411 mysteries, missing more 411 missing. Um, Bill didn't think Steve leaving the channel was going to hurt him, and it hurt him. I mean, he's still getting good views, but it hurt him. But that's another more YouTube back behind the scenes drama there too. He puts out stuff and goes live often. Oh, he's still going live? He's still doing lives? I know he still does an interview here. Yeah, I try to push that too, Andrew. If you're a newbie, let me know when you come in. If you've never had a card reading, make sure you tell me when you come in. Oh, excuse me again. Yeah, let me know when you come in. If you're new and you've never had a reading, make sure you tell me new because I'm getting to know people now. So I know if you came in 2 weeks ago and then you come in, oh, I'm new, I'm going to know. But yeah, please don't be afraid to come in and say, hey, I'm new. And I try to get everybody new in right away because you're new. And she likes to do that for you people. So Nicole worked for, you're talking about Miss Bacon, right? Or the other Nicole worked for missing. Oh, that's Melissa Nicole. Duh. Um, Worked for missing person mysteries. Yeah, there was a couple of them. Yeah, they worked for Bill. They did the writing for Bill. Yeah, for Bill. Nicole was a writer for Bill. Steve just read the stuff. He put his own little take on them. Now, Midnight Society, is that her channel or is that his channel too? So he has two channels, Among the Missing and Midnight Society, or is that the wife's or his woman's channel? I mean, I'm gonna still check him out. I won't give him a hard time, but I do check him out because I didn't know. So I looked. Somebody had said Midnight Society, and I went, and there was like three of them or four of them. And I'm like, which one's him? And then I tried to go check out the channels, and I couldn't really tell without sitting there going through and listening to see if he's talking or not. I didn't. Well, I wasn't up to that. Okay, let me rephrase that. Steve hasn't been on Spaced Out Radio in months. Okay, but Dave reads one of Steve's stories for a quick. Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying, James. Yeah, see, I didn't have a problem with Dave, only for the fact that he had people doing that weekend show that was really bringing his rating, his views up, and they weren't getting paid nothing, and he was making all, and he's making cash off these people. But I also know he has to pay for some of the people that come on that he does interviews with. I'm sure he has to pay some of those people. But these people brought his views up. Excuse me, and you should try to slide them something or let them keep a portion of the tips, even if it's nothing. I hadn't heard of Midnight Society. 13 past midnight. Oh no, they haven't posted. I went and looked. He hasn't done anything on that for a long while. The show became redundant. Yeah, it did. I agree with you there. I know I become redundant. He posts and streams on his new channel. That's why. Was he not going around doing interviews anymore or doing other guest shots? Or is he still doing that? Now, didn't he used to do stuff with Cisco too? Does he still do stuff with Cisco? No, Midnight is hers, but he has still got 13 pounds. Midnight in among the missing, and a few more irons in the fire figures. Yeah, well, I went back a while back ago. Well, when Chris told me he got married, I went back and checked out, and he hadn't posted anything on that for like 7, 8 months. Thank you, Chris. Still works with Cisco. Okay, and I know they were good friends. Oh, good night, Robert. You going to bed? Okay, I'm heading out. Good night, everyone. Everyone have a good rest. You too, Robert. You have a good Sunday. Hopefully, I see you Monday. If not, so I'll see you Wednesday. Now, once again, folks, too really late. I'm sure if I don't, good old Andrew will do it. Now, Monday, 11 o'clock, her premiere video of the reservoir and the haunted city at the bottom of it in Jersey. And then noon for afternoon talk. And then, of course, Wednesday at 7:15 for intuitive oracle readings, one card. And then I don't know if it's going to be just me and Laura Thursday night or if it's going to be all three of us. And then, of course, me Friday and Saturday. Steve, do you do yourself a favor and delete this video? Yeah, I probably should. I'll have to have her do it. I didn't know we were going to have this kind of. Well, we didn't say anything bad. I don't think we did. You think we said anything bad, Chris? Not really. I mean, nothing that she could get in trouble for, but I'm sure she's watched some of this already if she's not watching now. If not, I'll say something to her tomorrow and let her make that decision. Sound good, Chris? It's probably not a bad idea because I don't think I said anything bad, but you never know. Some of these people are pretty touchy. Private the vid. Yeah, I could do that too. I don't think so. I'm pretty careful. That's why every time she gets a complaint or a report on me, I'm like, what'd I do? I even go back and look and like, I didn't do anything. I cuss word here and there, but I really didn't do anything wrong. There should be no reason. Because I've even contacted YouTube and said, hey, this is, I'm streaming on this person's stream. I don't tell them who, but I'm asking questions and say, no, actually, you're not doing anything wrong. So, but I don't think I said anything that would offend anybody. Might upset a little few people, but most of it's just constructive criticisms in my own opinion. No, I don't think we said anything bad. I don't think so either. Hey, man, a lot of this stuff has been done and over with, so we're all going to laugh. No, I don't think so. No. Behind the scenes reporting, that's what it is. That's funny. No, I don't think we said anything bad. I remember everything we said. I think if somebody gave us a hard time, I would put up a fight saying, no. You're just being a baby. No, because everybody we've talked about, other than DW, because I really don't respect that guy, but everybody else I've talked to about, I have respect for. But you're going to always have YouTube drama behind the scenes. I mean, you know as well as I do just by listening to other channels and the crap they talk about with other channels. Right now, the big yell is about reaction streamers are getting a lot of crap now because some of them are playing dirty and they're taking stuff off of Twitch and stuff and then posting it on YouTube. And what they do is they beat the person that did stuff to YouTube and they get all the revenue out of it because they've already posted all that stuff. YouTube deep cuts. There you go. Yeah, just like I said, I think Dave, if he would have kept those three and let things go for a while and let it run its course, it would have been fine. And I know he was just trying to make things better. I get that. give everybody a little bit more of a variety. But that was really good. I mean, those three together and Gemma, really, oh my gosh. There were so nights that I laughed so hard it was not even, I mean, it almost hurt me. Paranormal tea. Getting a thunderstorm. We were supposed to get stuff last night. We didn't get it. And I was bummed because every time I went to go out to look at the meteor shower, it was cloudy. Then I went over and said hello to Sunny, like I did during the end of our chat last night. And then I went over and actually said hi, kind of hung out a little bit. And then I went out and I think I caught some stragglers, but it was only a couple. And I had to fight the clouds to see them. Money changes everywhere, especially if you're generating a lot of, yeah. Well, everybody says YouTube plays favorites, and they do. But a lot of these guys that make the bank on YouTube, they've been around since the beginning of YouTube or within the couple of years after it started. So a lot of these people have been around, changed formats, or just grew with YouTube. That's why they make the bucks. I mean, look at Mr. Beast. How long he's been with them since the beginning too, and he has that knack. Rain in a deep sky rumble. Yeah, I love those kind of. You can hear the rain hit the roof and a little bit of rumble in the background. I personally like the light shows. I think money, it just reveals who somebody is. I agree. I've tried not to make a big deal about money. Like I said, if I wasn't streaming on Gemma's, I thought about doing my own stream, but I chickened out. But I wouldn't have been in it for the money. I'm really not. If anything, I do this just to kind of help her. We've become good buddies, and I want to see her grow. We've gotten quite close, and I want to see her channel grow and her be able to do the things that she wants to do. She's got big dreams, and that's good to see people with big dreams. Your thunderstorm turned into a tornado, and was that earlier today, Cindy? Like mid-afternoon? Because that sounds like the storm that came through just north of us in Marion about a little bit around noon or early in the morning. We had a couple tornado warnings up north in Marion. That storm was going straight across. And Uniontown's about in that path. If it had traveled right across Ohio, it would have probably ran right into you. So that might have been the same storm because it was getting bigger, and then it hooked up with another storm and just became a line of storms. I was watching it on the radar. Yeah, I know they are in Maine, but you do get them. Remember, you guys have gotten your share of rain, haven't you? All that northeast coast has been dumped on. That night I was showing the radar when we were all getting storms, and somebody asked, "When did I become a weatherman?" I said, "I like weather. I'm not a weatherman, but." And then they asked if I was going to do that at the end of every show. And I said, if there's bad weather and people need to know, I will. While we're streaming, if I'm streaming and bad weather happens, and you guys, I have an idea where you guys are at. Yeah, I'll show it. I'll be more than happy to throw up the radar and show where you guys are at. Now I can't do the fancy stuff they do on the weather channels here on YouTube or even on TV, but I can at least get your radar and give you an idea of what's going on. This is a new YouTube paranormal series starring tonight. Oh my gosh, Twin Paranormal, Exploring with Josh. Exploring with Josh, I don't mind. The Twins Paranormal, I like. Oh my gosh, I haven't watched them enough. Colin from Paranormal Files, okay. And 13 other big YouTubers ghost hunting together, 15 videos. Really? And that started tonight? I'll have to go look for that. Did they give it like a big title or anything? Have they given it like a tag? Or are they just showing it on their own channels together? I wonder. Yeah, that sounds kind of cool. I'm gonna have to remember that. I'm reading that over and over again so I can stick it in my head. Y'all have to watch for those. That actually sounds pretty fun. If you can get that many people together and be cool with each other, you never know, man. It could be a good stream, a good show, good video. Okay. Tornadoes are usually up in the county, miles flat, potato field. Okay. Which sounds like most places that have the bulk of the tornadoes. If you look at Tornado Alley, it's mostly like Kansas flatland. Starts on Oh My Gosh's channel. Okay, I gotta write that down. I'm gonna check that out. And that started tonight, Chris. Okay, cool breeze. And that starts tonight. That started tonight. Sunday night, right? 6:30. Okay, cool. 6:30. I might just take a peek at that. Cool breeze. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I'm subscribed to him too. Yeah, I had to cut. See, I keep make a mess here. I'm all crowded into a corner. I have to redo my bedroom again. I hate it. I have the smallest room in the house. I have a folder down here, and I subscribe to so many people. I can't fit them all. I just have chosen ones on my YouTube thing. And I had to get rid of some because I just couldn't keep up with everybody. But I didn't get rid of them. I just wrote them down. And what I do is I just go back so I don't forget them. I just check a list. Oh, I haven't checked this person. And I go read them, check them on my list, and go check on them. Yeah, lots of rain. Now, see, we're supposed to get, this, Chris, we're supposed to get the worst of our storms Monday. They're saying we get slammed Monday. And they're calling for the whole state to get slammed. So that will be interesting. See if it happens. It's Ohio. Wait 5 minutes and we'll have a typhoon. And then another 5 minutes we'll have snow. Kind of like everybody on the East Coast. You never know what it's going to do. Spring puts up a fight, then fall puts up a fight, then winter puts up a fight. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have lived up in Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Dakota. That snow is just not going to stop this year. Those poor people had snow way longer than they usually do. But yeah, there's been a lot of rain. And like I said, up in Maine and New Hampshire, man, you folks, it's like poor the two west southern parts of Kentucky and Tennessee that right there along the Mississippi area, whatever you want to call that. Man, those people just get one storm after another right now. Just like the whole bottom there for a while, that whole Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, everybody was just getting constant storms. But now they're just getting nothing but heat now. Summertime truck or windshield, big truck for everyone. Take down dish soap, squirt, a couple bottles of water. Leave the film on the windshield and bugs don't stick to it. Hey, that's a good tip. Now, are you on the road, Andrew, or are you stopped for the night? Idaho. How far behind are you? What, 3 hours? 3 hours? It's really humid here. Oh, it's been, it's really weird. Ohio's humid anyway. It's not as bad as Florida and some of the southern states straight on down. And Chris can vouch for this. But this year, we usually, if we hit temperatures like in the 70s, low 70s, 80s, the humidity here is not too bad. But this year, we're like, we get into the 70s or the 60s, and it is humid. I mean, humid out there. Now, today we were in the mid 80s, low 80s, and it was so humid here. When you stand out there, you can just feel the moisture being sucked off your body. James, send us some buttered burgers and curds. Oh, there you go. I'll take some of that. This year seems six. Yeah, this. We'll see. Right now, the sun is like super active. A lot of sunspots on it. We're getting a lot of solar activity. I think that's a lot of reason why along that equator is heated up like it has, and it's causing that heat bubble. They're having, and people don't understand. They think, oh, we're so used to hearing about the United States. Africa's having problems. I mean, all the continents are having some crazy ass weather. Crazy. But what's funny is they keep saying, oh, usually this is hurricane season or the beginning of it. And I think a lot of that's been kept down, even though the water's nice and toasty and it's perfect for a good hurricane. The African sands, I think, will have a lot to do with why we haven't had anything really starting sprouting up early yet. I just noticed the dragon on your shirt is nice. Oh, this is one of Arisha's shirts from Jive Creations. She sent me a couple and I ordered a couple. I love these. Sorry, I'm all out of whack tonight. But it says Ghost Dragons, Guardian of the Gemstones. She gave me a couple one. I got a Gemma shirt. Gemma sent. And Dad was wearing it. And then I took it back. We have Culvers here. Yeah, we do. We have one over here too. I figured that's what you were talking about. I was going to ask if you were talking about Culvers. This time is very strange. I would say we need to focus on ourselves and meditation of guidance. Stay focused. You have power, most don't. I think the key right now is everybody just to wake up and see what's going on. That's all I'd like to see. People wake up. People still don't understand that the government is allowed the fear tactic that we can't do anything. But actually, I'm listening to a lot of people trying to tell people, hey, man, in the Constitution, we have a right to rise up against our government if it's doing us wrong. Now, I'll probably get in trouble for this, so I ain't going to go any farther. But just remember, we could kick the people out of the White House if we really want. If the people of the United States really wanted to get technical, we could kick and clean out the White House and the Congress ourselves. We have that power. Looks like the thunder showers are for the most of the day. Now, Sunday today, we're supposed to have pretty good up here. I don't think you're supposed to get anything either, Chris. It says real nice. The humidity's supposed to be kind of low. But you go out there now and it's still very humid. And then Monday, we're supposed to get, well, they're telling everybody here that, just keep your eyes peeled. I love a good storm now. I used to be a tornado chaser back in 80 and 81. I loved it. I was that guy that had the camera, wasn't afraid to go up to the tornado. Hey, let me get closer. Until I actually was inside a tornado. Well, I wasn't inside the tornado, but when we were living down in Cincinnati, the one came up through Harrison, Ohio. Yeah, that was fun. No, it wasn't fun, but it's kind of scary when you live on the third floor of an apartment building. Tornado warning. Thank God the guy in the basement, and it literally was a basement apartment because it was down the ground. He stood in the hallway and just told everybody, come down to my apartment. It turned out to be just one big party, but it was safe. I love thunderstorm. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, see, if we get a good night storm, I open all my curtains up so I can watch the lightning. I've been hit by lightning once. Well, actually twice, but I don't count the second time. That was kind of my fault. Hey, ding dong, we're not signing off this time yet, so you made it. We might even. Is it really 3:30? Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was that late. We just rambling here. Holy crap! Let's see. We'll see if we get in trouble for talking about everybody tonight. I'll have to warn Gemma. We had some conversation. You might want to watch the video. Though we didn't say or do anything mean, which we didn't. So anybody tries to do anything, anybody listening now. We didn't say anything mean. We were honest and with our opinions and our criticism. We, made observations and suggestions. Don't do anything dingy and try to strike me for this because I will fight it. And I will make sure Gemma fights it. Because we didn't do anything wrong and didn't say anything wrong. And I'm saying that right now so anybody listening knows that. I mean no harm. I'm being honest. A lot of these people we talked about, I do have respect for. Maybe not as much as I used to, but I do have respect for them. Wow, I hit by lightning twice. Not the same day, right? No. Once when I was 16, I was standing in the garage. I was holding my bike. Zap. Man, and the paramedics like, I don't know how you're not dead. And then once we were golfing, but I wasn't holding a golf club. I was driving the golf cart, and the golf cart got hit. But I was being not a very smart person because we've been drinking. We probably shouldn't have been out there in the first place. Have you seen the video where that guy? I don't know if it's a real video. I still never found out and got to see it again. There's a video guy walking down thing, and lightning hits him. You can tell he's drunk, and the lightning hits him. He falls down, and he gets back up because you think he's dead, and then he gets up and starts walking, and the lightning hits him again. And I'm like, holy crap! That guy wasn't meant to. But he got up and walked away. I don't know how. So it had to have been fake. But it didn't look fake. YouTube deep cuts, paranormal tea with Ghost Dragon. There you go. So I think you've been listening, Eris. God, I love you guys. You guys are great. You make these nights fun, and I can't believe we actually have gone to almost 3:30 now. So now this is the longest of our streams. I'm not no Gemma. I don't know how she does it with reading those cards because I'm telling you, Wednesday night, not only did she not feel good, I know she didn't feel good, but man, she was pooped. She was just pooped. That's draining, but she knows how to do it. She knows how to work it. And she loves her Wednesdays. Though Wednesdays are her favorite night. You guys mean so much to her. There's a video of a guy stalking a couple. The stalker gets hit by lightning like 2 times. That might have been the video I've seen. All I know is this guy gets zapped twice. He gets up the first time, gets zapped again, and he gets up again. So it might be that video. I only seen that part of the video. Because I've even gone looking for it. I'm like trying to back it up and trying to figure out where it came from. I just gave up. That was only after I saw it. I wanted to find out if it was real or not. But it looked real. The guy looked trash to me. But then again, after you get hit by from somebody that knows by experience, here, 2 things when you get hit by lightning: you die or get crispy, or you wake up and you have a ton of energy. That was the thing after the first time I got hit. And paramedics left, and because they were going to take me to the hospital, and my mom was like, "He seems fine." My eyebrows were all fried. And I had some crispy hair, but other than that, I didn't get burned, which really, because I was holding a bike. I was surprised I didn't burn my hands or nothing. So somebody was watching over me that day. But man, I had energy like you would not believe the rest of the day. There's yeah, what? I hope Gemma is no, she's doing good now. She feels so much better. She's with mom. She goes to mom's every other weekend with her and the boy, and they go hang out with mommy. So they're out having fun. Or they're in bed now, but they had a fun day. But yeah, she wasn't feeling good that day. She does that, but see, that's the thing. She didn't feel good, and she gets in on that Wednesday stream, and she perks right up, and it makes her feel good. And she's all hyper afterwards, but she's tired. Yeah, wound like a clock, big time. Oh, I'm telling you, I got electrocuted. It was funny when I was a maintenance man because I worked a lot of times. I worked 2 or 3 jobs, and I was working as a groundskeeper maintenance assistant guy, and I was helping him rewire some plugs. So I was learning. He was young and learning how to do all this stuff, and I'm hooking a socket back up, and the ding dong turned the power back on. You talk about somebody flying back about 10 feet, and I got up. He said I was smoking, but I don't know if I was smoking. But man, I told that guy I am not messing with electricity because this is like the second time he had done it. The first time he did it wasn't as bad, but that time it knocked me on my ass. I told him no more. I'm not doing this with you anymore. I'll go do something else while you mess with this stuff. No, I've had some crazy work incidents. Oh, it's not. I think my favorite bad incidents was I was working at that same complex, and usually you have people to come out and do the gutters on these 3-story buildings, and the guys couldn't make it out. It'd been bad with a lot of rain, and they were like behind. So I got stuck doing. I'm on this ladder. I'm up on the leaning up against the very top of this 3rd-story building. I'm cleaning out gutters. All of a sudden, I hear a big wheel. It's like you hear the, and next thing I know, I hear, and then next thing I'm going, I fall through one of those trees that have those long needles. You talking about somebody had, everybody's going, oh, look, Steve's got cat scratch fever. I had scratches all over. It tore my shirt up. But I got up and everybody was like freaking out because I got right up and it was like, holy crap. That, even though it hurt going through that tree, it's probably saved my life. But that was fun. But I had these like little scratches all over my face. It looked like I had a fight with a cat. Yeah, Gemma done great Wednesday. You could tell yeah, they're passing around that summer cold. That's the thing about having kids in preschool and school all year round. They bring stuff home. She's kind of learning that now. And they were all passing it around. And she was feeling a little rough. I told her, if you didn't feel good and you felt that bad, we can stream Thursday night and, hold off Thursday night and just stream the next night. She goes, no, I'm going to do Wednesday night. I said, that's fine. And she does. It perks her right up. A lot of it is you guys. You guys, she loves you guys to death, especially her regulars, her gemstones. You guys mean a lot to her. And she does. She, even when she's not feeling good, man, she nails it. You know who we missed tonight? How come AK Willie didn't come in here and tell us what he was cooking on the grill? Cindy, why didn't you ask him where he was at? Last time you brought him up, he showed up. Yeah, he was cooking Louisiana ribs yesterday, barbecued ribs. Oh, snooty butt. I talked with 30-year-old electrician. He said, yeah, you got to be careful. Oh, yeah. 2 weeks later, he was dead. Oh, really? Oh, that's he took a pic at a barbecue. Wow. He had leftovers. Oh, that's bad. That's so bad. That's bad. Yes, I've been electrocuted, been hit by lightning. I've been hit by a car. I've died a couple times on the operating table. So for somebody who's never been in a war, I've seen a lot of crazy. Nothing like somebody would see in a war, though. I don't compare that. I don't want to compare that. And from things that I've heard from my dad and some of the Vietnam vets that I know, and Korean vets, and Iraqi vets, if they called upon it, they would have took me. I would have gone. That was the thing. I tried. The Air Force, the Marines, and the Navy. Nobody would take me because of, well, they didn't know it was Tourette's then, but because of the movement disorder, and I have a degenerative disc disease, which I didn't know until the Marines did their physical. He goes, dude, you got a physical. Yeah. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah. You could probably have AS too, which is ankylosing spondylolisthesis, if I spelled that right. And that's a fusion of the spinal cord and the vertebrae. Yeah, that's so bad. He had leftovers. But I'm betting you, a lot of you guys, a lot of you folks have had your shares of craziness too. Now look what they went. Now look what they. I know. Oh, my dad. Mm-hmm. You want to hear? You want to hear what people think of the military now? Go talk to a bunch of old Marines, old Army guys. I'm telling you, man, they are not pleased. I was sandwiched in my car Friday afternoon. No soreness much. Oh, that's right. You bug got hit, didn't it? You're the one that had your. If I remember right, it was your VW, right? Your bug. And those things are small, man. To walk away from even a good accident, like a light accident, you're kind of like, ugh. Yeah, I went back and looked at Jeep, and he's like, "You sure you want a Jeep?" And I go, "Well, I do like my Honda, but there's a bunch of people in chat, and I know friends that have Jeeps, and they love their Jeeps." So I saw one of the new Broncos, and I wasn't impressed with it. I was like, "That's a Bronco? That's not a Bronco. Not the Broncos I know." Man, we're gonna have to cut it here pretty soon. I didn't. It's 25 till 4. Holy crap! What are you guys gonna watch me? Yeah, I know you like your Jeep, Pammy. So everybody gonna sit with me and watch the sun go up? Is that what's gonna happen? And then I'm gonna get in trouble for an extra long video where we politely talk. I'm gonna say it 3 times about people that either don't stream anymore or don't stream together. Where is Gemma? Is Gemma good time? Oh, Fridays and Saturday nights I did the midnight stream. Gemma does family time. Right now she's with her mom, with the little one. They're just having family weekend. She will be home probably tomorrow night, and back to normal Monday. But she's good. She sounded good when I talked to her earlier. She sounded very happy. My VW Jetta was it. That's right. Okay, that's what I thought. It wasn't a Beetle. That's right. You corrected me last night. I just was talking about my brother had a Beetle last night. That's why. Yeah. Okay. Even a Jetta, man. But there's not much to cars today. Oh, we have all these extra safety features on the car to keep you safe. I don't know. You must be out east. It's only 2:34 in Titletown. 2:34. No, yeah, we're at 3:34. So we're an hour ahead of you. Yeah, we're an hour ahead of you. Ugh. You can tell I'm getting tired. Well, I actually might sleep tonight. I guess I'm not going to go look at any meteors, but doesn't the meteor shower go for one more night? Oh, I didn't see your comment there, Cindy. I thought I was just about ready to hit two, but I thought I might missed him while my Wi-Fi was out. Oh, okay. Yeah, Mike's popped in here a couple times. I'm glad they're having a good time. I hope they have a lot. I always, when these guys go out on field like that, though, there's a lot of other ones that do that. I always wait for their stuff to come back. It's, sometimes you find stuff that they don't catch, and I like to fight. I like the fact that there's a lot of what we call time stampers out there because I'm a time stamper too. If I see something, I'm writing time stamps down. Maybe you really got rained out. I know the Italian festival that started today got hit hard by the storm with all bummers. An Italian festival. Oh, the food. Oh my gosh. We have an Asian festival here that's awesome too. What's for breakfast, Ding? Yeah, really, Ding Dong. I didn't say hi really a whole lot to you, but yeah, what are you making for breakfast? We could all use to eat now. We're up. We might as well eat. You got the coffee going, right? I will eat meatballs very soon. Is that your breakfast? I had a brother used to pour beer on cornflakes, man. I was like, oh my God, why would you do that? We can do that. Yeah, I can do meatballs. Huh? 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 Some crumpet and tea. But you're in Germany, right? Ding dong. If I remember right, you're in Germany. I'm trying to keep repeat stuff. That's how I remember stuff. Now I'm gonna skip breakfast today. Oh, you're gonna have meatballs for lunch? Oops. I do a lot of oops. Don't feel bad. Man, I'm I really should cut this. Now, Chris has got me all panicked that I'm gonna get in trouble. And I'm not really panicked about it, but I do know some of these people, if they happen to see this, they're liable to say something. And we didn't say anything bad, but I may have to have Gemma scare it just to make sure she'll know what to expect if somebody says anything. But I don't think anybody's going to say anything. I'd be surprised if anything. They'll pull a BS report. Oh, they bullied me. They were bullying me. Who would we bully? Yep, you're in Germany. That's right. I thought so. So I'm trying to remember everybody now. I got some of you I already know now, but I dated a half Italian and a half Irish girl. Pray for me. I don't know, Ma. We're all, we're all both sides of the family, my mom and dad's side, have a lot of Viking. Mom has a little bit of Irish German in her, but we're all from that region, all that area. Thought I was thought it was for 4 nights. Yeah, ding dong. I'm glad you actually made it in. I felt bad leaving you last night after you just popped in. It was like, I'm sorry, ding dong, we're calling it a night. I really don't think we said no, we didn't say anything. Nah. And then if anybody complains, I'll fight it. I'll have Gemma fight it. It won't be a problem. Because nothing really was said. I mean, honest talk. Like I said, I do respect. I mean, despite my opinion of certain people, I do have respect for them. I mean, they do hold knowledge of things that are it's good, but you know, I'm sure a lot of people say stuff about me, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I actually take criticism pretty good, unless you get a little too personal. I'm the only one allowed to make jokes about my tremors and stuff. I'm joking, of course. Anybody got plans for the weekend? Well, according to this, Sunday's here, so the weekend's just about done. You better hurry up and have those plans. Did something happen? Oh no, we were just talking about past, like Chasing the Truth, which certain channels that really are not around or not. I don't know. We were just talking about all the other YouTubers that I started talking to in the day, and we didn't really get too personal. We were just pretty much talking about the community. I would like to talk to Sean. So if Sean, if you happen to be listening, dude, I would love to talk to you and make sure you're okay, man. I do think about you. He's a very nice guy. But no, nothing really happened. I just felt bad yesterday when you got on and we were all getting off. Okay, that's all. Yeah, we will be soon. You guys might actually get to watch me watch this. I've been, like I said, about 2 weeks now. I've gone to watching. Bit. I just, as you can tell, I'm still going. My body's just not stopping. So this is what I do when I get off with you guys. I pace around. I try to get comfortable. I even try to lay down sometimes. See, the thing is, if I lay too long, I start to rock, and if I go to sleep rocking, it's real bad. I mean, I'm scooting to bed and my sleep across the floor. So I try to wait till now. I've learned just to wait till my body gives out. But lately, like on Wednesday nights, when I'm done streaming with Gemma, I piddle around for a while, and usually I can go and lay down. I may still rock in my sleep, but it's not too bad. And I usually get a couple good hours sleep. It's just I'm up early. But lately, man, it's just like I try to lay down. I try to lay down. I tried to lay down right after I streamed with Laura Thursday night. I tried to lay down about 10:30. I was up until the sun came up. My body just wouldn't stop letting me stop the motions. Yeah, Andrew's on a constant road trip. After I drop off Walmart load. Now, don't be one of those Walmart drivers we see in the videos, okay? I don't want to see your trailer in the middle of a medium somewhere with the contents being ripped out of the back of it. Please don't do that. After I reload in Burbank, Washington, and head to Bloomington, North Carolina, that will give me, dang, dude. But yeah, that's what you get that's what happens when you're a truck driver. I know my share of them. I know guys that literally spend entire weeks on the road, and that's all they're doing. Drive back. Well, a couple of these guys are single, so they have really nice rigs with the whole kit up, the setup in the back, which is the way to go. If you're gonna do a job like that, you might as well go all out. And I'm sure it's hard being a family man and driving a semi, especially when you're doing cross country and stuff like that, long distances. But I tell you what, best stories, best encounter stories, cops, medics, truck drivers, even pilots and bus drivers. From those batch of peoples, I've heard some really good stories. And I've heard some really creepy stories from corn farmers. So I actually heard a story. I'm not going to tell it now, but we were in where were we? We were up around Sydney, Ohio, and then we were sitting over there. Actually, we had just got done watching the dirt races at Eldora Raceway, and we stopped at a diner. We didn't stay for the finishing race, and we got talking to a couple farmers. And all I can tell you is right now, the way he started this story sounded like the beginning of Jeepers Creepers. With the with the creeper on the scarecrow pole. It's his story started just like that, and that was even before this movie came out. It was like, and then I went and saw the movie, and like, I know this. Oh my God, they are turning Time Bandits into a. Yes, didn't you know they were going to turn that into a TV series? I should have sent you that thing I got, Chris, because you're really good about posting that stuff on Facebook. I should have sent that to you. Yeah, I about had a heart attack. Now, how are you going to make it? Well, I guess you could make a series out of. I don't know. I don't want them to, and that's one of those movies that people don't talk a whole lot about. You know that Time Bandits. It's such a weird movie, but it's so fun. Yeah, it is creepy. Yeah, because his story, he literally starts it off because his son is the one that noticed Scarecrow movie. But it did, the way he started this story sounded like the opening scene to freaking Jeepers Creepers. And I'm sitting there watching that movie like the second time I'd seen it. And I'm going, why do I know this? At least I knew the beginning. I mean, of course, it didn't happen. His story doesn't happen like. Isn't The Dark Forest on Netflix now? I believe it is. You can't find Time Bandits on any streaming channel to watch. It's not on Amazon. It was on Amazon. It was also on Tubi, and it was also on. I wanted to say Hulu, but I don't think it was Hulu. I saw it on 3, but I know for sure it was on Amazon, and I know it was on Tubi. Have you checked Tubi? Tubi, you don't have to pay for it. Tubi's free. You have to deal with the commercials. But I learned that if you watch a couple movies on Tubi, like you say you watch back 2 shows right after each other, usually by the end of the second movie you watch, you really don't get commercials anymore. It was GMO corn. That's like my son came back from Florida early and he had mosquito bites all over. And I said, "Oh, dude, I hope those weren't GMO mosquitoes that bit you because now we have GMO mosquitoes now, too." Oh, we're trying to stop malaria, but yet people keep getting malaria. It just doesn't make sense. I'll tell you though, I figured ticks would be real bad because we have a lot of deer. And last year I did pull a couple ticks off the dog. I haven't seen a whole lot of ticks. I think the Dark Forest is on Tubi. That's possible because I know I saw it on one of the streams. And I watched a lot of Tubi because Tubi shows a lot of those old 80 movies and stuff that if I want to go retro, I go to Tubi. I'll put up with the commercials. You still get the uncut version. And like I said, after you watch it for a little bit or watch it a couple days in a row, you really do stop getting commercials. This is a video of one of more owned company drivers on YouTube pulling a Walmart trailer from the Mentco Walmart DC that were out of. Not only did he get pulled over on YouTube, but he was also driving drunk. Oh, that's real nice. The Southwestern USA has always had malaria. Yeah, I know. But that's what they were saying. They were trying to make these mosquitoes and stuff stop spreading it. My hat's crooked. And they were messing with these like they did with the other stuff when people had that outbreak down in Florida and they tried to mess with those mosquitoes to cut down the population. People were still getting sick. It's like, dude, we know what you're doing. You're actually putting that shit in them. That's my own position there, but anything's possible. Now I'm getting to the mumbling stage. But yeah, everybody says, "Oh, malaria doesn't exist anymore." That's bull crap. I mean, yeah, it does if you go down to the Amazon or South America where there's a lot of jungle, but it's still up here. No cussing. Yeah, I'm sorry, Eris. I try to be careful. You can yell at me tomorrow. It's late. Build more bat habitats. I agree with that. We actually have 2 bat houses on trees out back. And the cemetery, man, it's nice. I love the fall, just around Halloween. The bats come out of the cemetery, get real active. They're active all summer long, but they're like, it's really cool during the fall because it gives that sense of Halloweenish feel. Thank you, Eris, for telling me not to cuss. I've slipped a couple times, but I'm sure you were listening. It was an old Damien, forget it. Shows you I'm having trouble. Driver was killed along with his dog. He was hit. Oh, don't give us depressing news. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that happen. That just sucks that he lost that. Yeah, they're trying to make mosquitoes non-reproducing. Yeah. Yes, I was. It's all right. I appreciate it. I know you do. You and a couple other people, Eris and Chris, and a couple other people like me, you would go around ghost channels. Chris is a little more active. You're more like me, Eris. You'd like to sit and listen for a while before you. No trauma dumping. That's all right. You're a truck driver. Sometimes it's good to talk about that stuff. Keeps you intact. I've been around enough truck drivers to know. Let them talk sometimes. They may sound depressing, but they got to get it out. Especially when it comes to accidents. I can guarantee the people in the RV were inexperienced drivers. It's amazing. You have to have a CD license for a trailer, but you don't have to have a CD license for like a camper or anything like that, which really kind of freaks me out. I'm in the I'm in the PNW. Okay. I'll take you with that. I'm gonna have to call it, dudes. I'm starting to get tired. It's 5 till 4. Oh my gosh. This night flew. I have to warn you. Oh, we had almost a 4 hour stream tonight. You might want to check it just in case I get in trouble. We got to talking. No, not real bad. Yes, most truckers companies have carriers with bring pets. Yeah, I like the fact that they let them bring their pets. I mean, some of these guys, Germany, there are licensed for everything. Really, you have to have a license for everything. Actually, that would be a smart idea here, including having kids. Sometimes I think there's people out there that should have a license to have kids. They should be tested before they have kids. That sounds mean, but yeah, I'm going to say the same thing, James. Let's all have a great night. Let's call it. Ding dong, at least you got to spend a little time with us. Hopefully, get in sooner. Now, I know I don't know where your time frame is going to be, but we will be on again to reinitiate Monday, 11 o'clock, to her premiere video. I've showed that thing a couple times, so if you didn't know what she's premiering, just go back and look. Then noon, our afternoon talk. I'm pretty sure we're having it because we're hoping to have Bigfoot Mike on, Long Island Bigfoot on. And then Wednesday, Oracle at 7 to 11. I'm going to stop taking names at 10:30. That poor woman was tired Wednesday night. And God bless her, she tries to get everybody in, but people kind of forget she's got a kid. She wants to be done by 11 so she can make sure he's all tucked up in bed. Thursday night, I'm not sure if it's just going to be me and Laura at 8, or if it'll be all three of us, because we try to alternate. I know one week we do me, Dora, and Gemma, and then the other week it's just, well, it's supposed to be just Laura, but she likes to have me on screen. It gives her somebody to talk to and make her a little comfortable. That's why I was with her all day Thursday, and it worked out pretty good because we seemed to have a pretty good time. And then of course me on Friday and Saturday nights. God only knows what we'll do on those nights, other than Gemma replay on Sunday night. Well, midnight on Saturday night we do a Gemma replay, and next week will be listeners counters number 2. Wow, the rain is so loud, almost couldn't hear you. I have a soft voice, anyways. Gemma will tell you I get loud, and I do. That's I'm talking to my dad, who's a little hard of hearing, so sometimes I tend to. I'm scared her come with that later jump out of her too. But enjoy the rain. That's the kind of rain I like, is when it's so hard you can hear it and everything. Now that might actually have put me to sleep. But everybody have a wonderful night. Have a good Sunday. Please be safe out there. And then I will see you guys hopefully on the flip side of Monday around 11 a.m. And for those I don't see, I'll probably see you during the week or in chats. You might see me roaming around chats tomorrow. I think Anthony is streaming tomorrow. I'm sure Bigfoot, Long Island Bigfoot will be streaming. So Nightmare, Sydney, Vixen, Chris, James, Ding Dong, please. Anybody else I miss? Andrew, please, you be safe, dude, out there on the road. Eris, I said you. Chris, if you're still listening, you guys all have a wonderful night. Everybody, anybody I miss, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the people I can see right now. Cindy, everybody, have a wonderful day tomorrow. I hope to catch you on the flip side. I'm getting slap happy now. Do they give you a time limit? No, actually, if I wanted to, I could probably stream until we show the premiere live on Monday. In fact, I know a couple of streamers that try to do marathon streaming. So, yeah, I know I don't have a time limit. I'm just getting tired. I'm actually getting tired. Actually, this was kind of nice. I might actually get off here, do my walk around, and I might actually lay down and go to sleep and be asleep before the sun comes up for a change. But yeah, everybody, please be safe. Much love to you all. Please have a good day tomorrow. And I hope to see you guys, if not in other chats, Monday afternoon or Monday morning. Much love to you guys, and see you on the flip side. Thanks for hanging with me. It means a lot to me. So I'm glad we have such fun. I hope I don't get in trouble. Have a good one, folks.